Father Hall, do you need to?
Want to be a one-man committee or two-man? Say again?
You're part of a committee with Bishop LaRoe.
It's Bell. It's Bell, not Hall.
Oh, Father Bell. Oh, sorry. Father Bell? Father Bell's here. You're part of a committee, Father Bell. Father Hall, you're off the hook. It's the Rules Committee, and the rules are always the same. So we gave you easy duty. All right, are we ready to go live? All right. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, who by thy Holy Spirit didst preside in the council of the blessed apostles, and hast promised through thy Son, Jesus Christ, to be with thy church to the end of the world. We beseech thee to be with the synod of thy church here assembled in thy name and presence. Save us from all error, ignorance, pride, and prejudice. And of thy great mercy vouchsafe, we beseech thee, so to direct, sanctify, and govern us in our work, by the mighty power of thy Holy Spirit, that the comfortable gospel of Christ may be truly preached, truly received, and truly followed in all places, to the breaking down the kingdom of sin, Satan, and death, till at length the whole of thy dispersed sheep, being gathered into one fold, shall become partakers of everlasting life. Through the merits and death of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, amen. Let me begin with the obvious. We meet this day under the difficult conditions set by travel restrictions mandated by national and international health concerns. We are missing most of our overseas bishops. Bishop Germán Orrego, his daughter Mariana, and Father Julio Cesar Bolivar are with us from Colombia. Father Damien Trudeau, who though a U.S. citizen is resident in South Africa, and Father Jean Bien-Aimé, who holds a U.S. green card and is in Haiti, are also with us. Bishop Dominic Sanwabo Umdoyelwa got as far on Saturday as the Oliver Tambo Airport in Johannesburg, fully vaccinated and with proof of a recent clear COVID-19 test, but was not permitted to proceed any further. Our non-U.S. bishops and other delegates from Africa, Asia, England, the Antipodes, and Canada are not with us. Bishop Meade is not permitted to travel by air, so he is limited to sea travel, and the Cunard line is not yet, I believe, steaming to North America from England. Bishop Starks, I'm sorry to report, has been having chest pains and is waiting upon his cardiologist this week. Our College of Bishops, therefore, is far below its normal strength for unavoidable causes. Even our U.S. dioceses are not represented in their normal strength, in part because of concerns about travel and meetings. This synod as a whole will be smaller than in recent years. Also, 2 of our G4 partners are on different synod schedules. We regret this, but it is beyond our control, so we accept and move on. We hope that we will be able to meet jointly again in 2023 at our full strength. Meanwhile, this year, Presiding Bishop Chad Jones, the new Presiding Bishop of the Anglican Province of America, will be our banquet speaker tomorrow. Bishop Scarlett and I were pleased to have been present last month with several other ACC clergy and laymen for Bishop Stone's enthronement as successor to Bishop Walter Grundorf as presiding bishop of the APA. Bishop Alexander Hendy Webb is also present with us, representing Bishop Juan Garcia and the Anglican Church in America. Bishop Webb appears in the current Trinitarian as Bishop Alexander Perens Sandy Webb. Sorry, but I'm told that's your son's name, so we just thought the picture looked so youthful. We will look forward to hearing from Bishop Webb later in these meetings. Provincial Synod met last in mid-January of 2020 in Atlanta, or Atlanta if you're from there. If you say it with two T's, you're not from there. Our business agenda then was relatively light. This year we have a little more business to enact. Please do not be unduly alarmed when I tell you that some of that business concerns canonical legislation. The main items of the legislation before us are both very encouraging, I think, and should not prove controversial. First, the Constitution and Canons Committee and the College of Bishops are recommending to the Synod a canon to establish a non-geographical diocese of the Holy Cross. The existing Diocese of the Holy Cross under their Bishop Ordinary, the Right Reverend Paul Hewitt, who is also with us today, is one of the so-called G4, the group of continuing churches which in 2017 entered a state of full communio in sacris, full communion or communio in sacris, with one another at our first joint synods. You may recall that at our last provincial synod, the College of Bishops and then the whole synod invited the Diocese of the Holy Cross to join us organically, and we indicated our wish to have the DHC retain their own policies concerning ordination, which we did not understand to conflict with ours. Bishop Hewitt believes it is now time that the DHC accept that invitation and turn the G4 into the G3. He hopes that his diocese in this way will lead the path towards our goal of organic unification of the G4 by joining the ACC outright. He told me they would be voting at 2:20 tomorrow. So that would be more precision than I'm capable of. The DHC, as I said, will not vote on this tomorrow, and I don't count diocesan chickens before they're hatched, and neither should you. But Bishop Hewitt's desire in and of itself is gratifying. Its implementation, of course, does not rest with him alone. But if the annual DHC Diocesan Synod tomorrow in this building votes to confirm their bishop's recommendation, then the ACC will have added a diocese in the United States, something which has not happened for many years. Our first item of canonical business then is to provide a canon to enable this unification, provided only that the DHC vote to accept. I vividly recall hearing Bishop Scarlett some years ago saying that it is depressing when congregations talk about a need to grow in terms of their need for more income to help pay their bills. If your best line is, please join us to help bail us out of our cash flow problem, well, that's not a terribly attractive sales line, is it? I hope that in regard to the ACC and DHC, we are not simply reshuffling the continuing church deck or rearranging alphabet soup letters. I think, in fact, two groups with much similar history, similar cultures, and a long history of cooperation are coming to a logical and proper conclusion. I'm certain the ACC will be welcoming and enthusiastic about a new diocese and will accept that we have much to learn from the DHC. So that's our first item of canonical legislation. In addition to this enabling canon, the C&C Committee and our bishops recommend, secondly, to this synod, a canon to establish a province of Southern Africa, or POSA, P-O-S-A. You will find the details of this recommendation in your packets. The establishment of this new province is a fruit of our work in Africa. The dioceses that choose to join the new province, and it will be left to each diocese in Anglophone Africa to choose to remain in the original province or to join the new one. The new province will remain in the ACC, of course, but will have their own provincial synod, their own college of bishops, and in due course will elect their own metropolitan. While these two items involve canonical legislation, I do not anticipate that they will be either very time-consuming or significantly contentious. Both, I think, say something encouraging and positive about our course. To the best of my knowledge, our other business will mostly be routine, a matter of receiving reports, approving budgets, adopting resolutions. I believe my report for the Department of Ecumenical Relations is positive, and not just because of the DHC proposal. On more mundane matters, our finances are stable. Our clergy pension fund is more than halfway towards our goal, the goal our advisors tell us we need to reach in order to convert a pension fund into a pension plan. My own diocese, to speak on a more narrow level, after years without the addition of new congregations, added 2 this year. Ordinations and clergy accessions seem to keep pace with our clergy needs, and we have much to be grateful for. We welcome again to this synod representatives, a representative from the Polish National Catholic Church. Bishop Paul Sobachowski is co-chairman of the G4 PNCC dialogue with Bishop Paul Hewitt. So we can't just say Bishop Paul, because which one? Canon Foggin and I look forward to the first in-person session of the PNCC dialogue since the beginning of Coronatide in about 10 days. This meeting will be at Bishop Paul's Cathedral of the Holy Trinity in Manchester, New Hampshire. I don't know if they're here yet, but we plan to welcome Bishop David Epps and Bishop David Simpson. They're not here yet. From the Charismatic Episcopal Church. They have been diligent in representing the CEC at our joint synods at least since 2017 and have maintained ties on the local level with a number of our clergy and parishes. As I said last year, I think mostly we are doing the right things. We're working diligently to unify the continuing church, to talk with sympathetic folk a bit further afield, and to begin to address our internal need for mission and evangelism. I am glad that I am here. I am glad you're here too. Let's enjoy the next couple days, and may God bless you all. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. We will now have the report of the Credentials Committee. Bishop Starks is not with us, so who is Bishop Father? Well, sort of pointed towards you and your bishop. So, okay. Father Weaver will make the report for the committee.
Your Grace, my Lords Bishop, Reverend Fathers, ladies and gentlemen, the Credentials Committee met this morning and presents the following as its report. The original province of the Anglican Catholic Church has 8 full dioceses and 13 missionary dioceses or districts. If fully represented, there would be 20 Episcopal delegates, 153 lay delegates, and 127 clerical delegates. Of this number, a quorum is constituted of 11 episcopal delegates, 78 lay delegates, and 65 clerical delegates. The Archbishop has excused all of the foreign dioceses and the Diocese of the Holy Trinity from attending the Synod. The Archbishop has also excused all of the foreign bishops and the Right Reverend Romy Starks, the Right Reverend Stanley Lazarchuk, and the Right Reverend William McLean from attending this synod. According to Canon 8.201, excused dioceses and delegates are removed from the numbers necessary for a quorum. Therefore, the number necessary for a quorum with these excusals are 4 episcopal delegates, 26 lay delegates, and 25 clerical delegates. That those lay, clerical, and episcopal delegates present from the excused dioceses, missionary districts, and dioceses be granted seat, voice, and vote at this provincial synod. After crunching the numbers, there are currently 6 episcopal delegates registered, 32 lay delegates, and 33 clerical delegates. The Credentials Committee asserts that there is a quorum present. Further, the Credentials Committee makes the following motions: that the Most Reverend David Epps and Most Reverend David Simpson, when they arrive from the Charismatic Episcopal Church, be granted seat and voice at this synod. That the Right Reverend James Hiles and the Right Reverend Alexander Webb, visitors from the Anglican Church in America, be granted seat and voice at this synod. That the Right Reverend Paul Hewitt from the Diocese of the Holy Cross be granted seat and voice at this synod. That the Most Reverend Chandler Jones from the Anglican Province of America be granted seat and voice at this synod. And that the Very Reverend Paul Sobiechowski, did I do it? Most Reverend, okay. The Most Reverend Paul Sobiechowski, visitor from the Polish National Catholic Church, be granted seat and voice at the synod. I move the adoption of this report and all motions therein.
No second is required,
Okay.
so you can call for a vote.
All in favor?
Discussion?
No, I think it was just second.
He was trying to second.
All in favor? Aye. The report and all motions therefore being adopted, the total number of delegates at the synod are 6 episcopal delegates, 32 lay, and 33 clerical delegates. And if any show up, make them come see me.
So that is a 6 Episcopal, 32 clerical, and 33 lay, or the 33 and 32? Okay. And if for canonical legislation, we're going to need to get percentages, but we can do that later. All right, that brings us to the roll call of the diocese, and I ask Mrs. Weaver to call the roll.
Before I do the roll, I just wanted to make a couple of announcements. For those of you who will be taking the bus over to St. Stephen's, we're going to run it as a shuttle. The first bus will leave at 4:30, so I would recommend that all clergy who anticipate being in the procession, that you be on the first bus so that you have time to get dressed. And all those who are participating in the service, please be on that first bus. The bus will return, and the second bus will leave approximately 5:15. The schedule says main entrance, but the hotel will not allow the bus to come up to the main entrance, so they will probably be at this back door. I will update you when I confirm where the bus can park to load us. So it would be at the back door, like going towards the parking garage. There will be, as you all know, there are coffee and water and sodas and everything outside. The drinks will be there till 11:30, and then again this afternoon. And around 10:15, they will put out little goodies for us, and that will run until 10:45. So if anyone needs a snack, it will be out there from 10:15 to 10:45, and then again at 2:30 today, and that will be each day. So, for the roll call. As Father Weaver reported, all missionary dioceses have been excused. Does anybody want me to read all of them? Or can I just say that they're all excused? Diocese of Holy Trinity is present. Diocese of New Orleans. Diocese of the Mid-Atlantic States. Here. Diocese of the Midwest. Here. Diocese of the South. Here. Diocese of the West. Missionary Diocese of the West. Missionary Diocese of the Caribbean. And Missionary Diocese of New Granada. Did I miss anybody? I'm sorry, Missionary Diocese of Resurrection. Did I miss anyone else?
Given the roll call of the diocese and the report of the Credentials Committee, I determine and declare that there is a quorum present at this synod and that we are therefore now organized and prepared to do normal synodal business. You should have in your packets a proposed agenda, 2 pages stapled, 2 sheets stapled, 3 pages of writing. Are you all finding that? Okay. Bishop Leroux, would you care to lead us through the adoption of the agenda and the rules of conduct for this synod?
You all have in your packets a copy of the agenda, and just as you take a moment, take a look at that, do you see anything that we need to add or to include that's not included in the actions of the agenda? I could walk you through one sentence at a time, but I don't think you would certainly appreciate that. I think it's all there. We cover many items of these reports from the various departments. So I'll move the agenda, the acceptance of the agenda. So move, and somebody second it? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, good to go on that. The Rules Committee, you'll find also in your packet the standard rules that we use for the Provincial Synod. The Robert Rules of Orders are the original form. That's what we've traditionally used here for years. The couple changes, there are really no changes to the Credentials Committee's report on these. The appointments, can I do the appointments at the same time? Okay, and the appointments are a little bit changed, and you'll find them on your schedule. Instead of having timekeeper as Canon Foggin, it'll be Father Timothy Wise will be a timekeeper, so please note that as well. And everyone else has agreed to do this, except for Ira Guy. Is he here? Are you okay? Okay. So I did check with everybody, and they are in agreement with this, so there is a motion before you to accept the appointments and using the Robert Rules of Orders for the Senate. Second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. Do we need to do the whole thing at once, or that's it?
That's it. The minutes of the January 2020 Provincial Synod are in your packet. I would be happy to read them out for you in detail if you like, in extenso, or... I thought you might do that. Father Weaver and Mr. Bullock moved the waiving of the reading of the minutes and their acceptance as distributed. Discussion. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you very much. Old minutes arising from the previous minutes from the 23rd Provincial Synod. I am unaware of any. Is anyone aware of more than I am? I know you are, but concerning the minutes. All right, I think we may move on to the financials, report of the Provincial Bursar, Mr. John DiMartino. So we'll do the financial stuff in the sort of several ways to divide it. One is period, so we will have the 2020 full year reports, and then the year-to-date for 2021 report. And we also have the main ACC bursars report, and then reports from the deputy bursars, Paul Holmes for the Trinitarian, and Evans Brinson for the St. Paul Mission Society. Those should all be in your packs, and I will turn the podium over to Mrs. DiMartino.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, we're going to begin with December 31st, 2020, the bursar report, and we're going to move on to page 1, the balance sheet. And I'm going to be reading just the right-hand column on this page. So, under current assets, $171,500. Total marketable securities unrestricted, $800,120. And total other assets restricted, $179,182, which brings us to total assets of $1,150,802. Liabilities and net assets, accounts payable 306, the balance of restricted gifts 67,263, the other liability of restricted endowment funds 49,967, the total net assets 1,033,266, the total liabilities and net assets 1,150,802. Moving on to page 2. Summary of receipts and disbursements. I'm reading just the subtotals. The total receipts, $113,889. The total College of Bishops, $23,235. The Office of the Metropolitan, $42,310. Internet and web development, $855. The pension, $21,741. Total general and administrative, $19,549. The total expenses were $128,121. So the fund decrease for the 2020 was negative $14,232. Moving on to page 3, that's the adopted budget from the prior year, so we won't be reading that. So now we'll move to page 4, the summary of the endowment funds. The total unrestricted endowment funds at BB&T are $148,100, and the other assets, which is a restricted endowment, $50,337. Moving on to page 5, the summary of the pension clergy, the future retirement fund. The beginning of the year balance was $2,228,360, and the bottom line pension fund balance as of December 31st, 2020, $2,522,069. Moving on to page 6. This is an accounting reconciliation of receipts to the bursar deposits. The receipts per the disbursement report, receipt and disbursement report, were $113,889. And the bottom line, the total receipts per the bank statements were $253,071. The page 7 is a duplicate, so you'll want to ignore that page. Now I'm moving on to St. Paul Mission Society for the 12 months ended December 2020. I'm reading the first column. The receipts, $264,347. The disbursements, $248,658. The net difference was $15,689. And at the bottom of the page, you'll see the cash balance as of December, $39,211. Moving on to page 9, the receipts for the St. Paul Mission Society for 2020. The bottom line is $264,347. And then moving on to page 10, the total disbursements for St. Paul, $248,658.
I think I would ask for questions. If you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for the December 2020? Yes.
Is it on? Yeah, there we go. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask, but I do have some questions, reference discussions that we had 2 years ago, reference Merrill Lynch.
Okay.
So I recall 2 years ago that we were looking into changing from Merrill Lynch because of the exorbitant amount of money that we have been paying to them simply to manage the fund. Where are we on that right now?
Let's come to that after we
Yeah.
dealt with the report.
Okay.
Excuse me, John.
Sure.
You're fine. Just a reminder, we know who you are, Colonel Bear, but when you speak, identify yourself, because we know, but we might not know, and not everybody else knows. Yeah, maybe you want to be anonymous, but so just remember to identify yourselves when you address an issue at the mic. Thanks. Name and diocese is probably sufficient.
Is there any other discussion?
Call for a motion to approve that.
Do we have a motion to approve the December 2020 financials? Vote to approve? Second. Okay.
Call for the discussion and then call for the question.
Is there any more discussion? No. Okay, those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Okay, we will now move on to the June 30th financial statement. And we'll move to page 1, the balance sheet. Again, I'll be reading the right-hand column on this page. Total current assets, $70,955. Total marketable securities unrestricted, $976,836. And the total other assets restricted, $199,009. And the total assets were $1,246,800. Under liabilities and net assets, current liability of accounts payable, $12,055. The balance of the restricted and other gifts, $94,763. The total other liability, which is a restricted endowment fund, of $49,967. The total net assets, $1,090,015. And the total liabilities and net assets were $1,246,800. Moving on to page 2. I'm reading the subtotals. The total receipts, $69,010. Under expenses, the total College of Bishops, $7,500. The Office of the Metropolitan, $21,000. Moving on to Internet and Web Development, $855. The total Trinitarian Parliamentarian, $8,190. The pension, $9,393. The total general and administrative, $9,645. Total expenses, $56,583. And the fund increase was $12,427. Moving on to page 3, that's the adopted budget, and so we can just move on to page 4. Page 4 is a schedule of restricted and other gifts. Excuse me. If you look in the left-hand, there was a balance of restricted gifts on our balance sheet, the $64,000 and the $2,346 from prior years. So the 2021 gifts, we received a gift from Hutchins family of $30,000, and in 2021 we recognized $2,500 of it. So we now have a balance in that gift of $27,500. So the total restricted gift fund balance was $94,763. So we will move on to page 5. The summary of the pension clergy future retirement fund. The first line is the balance from December, $2,522,069, and the pension fund balance as of the end of June, $2,740,754. And moving on to page 6, the accounting reconciliation of receipts to bursar deposits. The total receipts were $69,010. The total receipts per bank statement were $294,639. Moving on to page 7, the St. Paul Mission Society. I'm reading the first column. Receipts, $232,826. The disbursements were $252,539. The net difference is a negative $19,713. And at the bottom, the cash balance at the end of August was $19,499. Moving on to page 8, St. Paul Mission receipts. The total receipts were $232,826, and the total disbursements were $252,539. Is there any discussion? All in favor to approve the June 30th, 2021 financial statement, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. I think it's the Trinitarian. We did that one. Is there another one that they got by internet? Their financial statement, I don't have it.
No, it's in the financial statements are posted in the Trinitarian.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
The Trinitarian is the third division of the financials. Paul Holmes runs in the newspaper itself a financial report. So I know you all subscribe and read carefully the Trinitarian. So you have seen the report and you see it regularly. We have not duplicated it and passed it out to you here. But any questions or problems with it? I'm not actually sure what to do about that, except it's the most publicized financial report in the church. So if you have anything to say about it, let me know. Also, and this is not, I believe, in the agenda, we have had an audit done of the bursar's work for 2020, and that audit result was presented to the Administrative Council and the College of Bishops yesterday and was found to be entirely satisfactory, both as a report and also as indicating the bursar's activity was entirely satisfactory. So that is available for anyone who wishes to see it. We have not distributed that, I think, in the packets. So, but it is available for your examination if you like. Well, those are our reports. So now we come to the future financials, and that would be the budget. And again, we have three parts. We have the provincial budget, the Trinitarian budget, and the St. Paul missionary budget. The provincial budget is in your packets. It is not quite identical to the previous 2 years, but it's very close. My office, as you will have noticed, underspent the budget considerably the last year or so, mainly because I didn't have any international travel for obvious reasons, and so travel was underspent. However, past experience indicates that when travel resumes, that item needed to be increased a little bit. So there's a small increase under Metropolitan's travel. There's a fairly substantial decrease in the Trinitarian subsidy from the ACC to the paper because the new editor, who has now joined us in the back of the room, does not require health insurance or pension, which we were paying for John Omwake, because his day job, or his first day job, provides that, thanks to the generosity of the state of Georgia. So that is a savings. And what was the other main difference? Was there another little difference?
We added to office and travel I think it was to the Provincial Synod travel.
Provincial Synod travel, we added a little bit. So are there any questions about that proposed budget for the next, we adopt a 2-year budget. So this is for 2022 and 2023.
Motion to adopt the budget for 2022 and 2023.
Thank you. Father Dickerson, Ron Pearson, move the adoption of the budget, provincial budget, item A, under number 11. I'll go ahead and take the vote since I'm standing here. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Right. Trinitarian budget, is that in their packets? Yes, sir. That is in your packets, and Paul will have given his rationale for the numbers. And that also is 2 years, and I think there's a small difference between the 2 years probably. Do you need a little time to look it over, or what's your pleasure? Father Weaver moved the adoption of the Trinitarian budget for 2022-2023. Is there a second? Father Edlin seconds. Discussion? I'll call for the vote, but I'm perfectly happy to give you more time to review it if you'd like. Okay, those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Moving right along. The St. Paul Mission Society budget was not in the original packets. Has that been included now? Have people gotten copies?
It's just distributed.
It's just been distributed, so you will have that. Now, one thing you will have noted from the report on income and expenditures as compared to the budget is we are spending about twice as much as we budget. We are not spending a lot more than we take in, so we're in the black or close to it. The reason we're spending a lot more than in the budget is because we are given significant gifts for designated purposes involving the Mission Society that are run through the Mission Society because we're already paying for monthly wires to many of the missionary dioceses outside the U.S. And for instance, we were given a very generous donation by a parishioner in the Diocese of the Mid-Atlantic States to pay for a new generator and a new roof for Father Bien-Aimé's church and compound in Haiti. And that wasn't budgeted, but it was a need, and someone stepped forward and met the need. So there's $25,000, or it was around that, I'm not sure the exact amount, that is added to that budgeted amount. So the budget doesn't represent all that we're taking in or spending, but it is designed to provide mostly a low-level subsistence income to our older dioceses outside the U.S. We can't add all of the new dioceses because we just don't have the money. Although some of them are getting provided for by designated donations. But the budget is just that basic kind of subsistence level of support. So, is there a motion to adopt the budget for the St. Paul Mission Society? Okay, Father Brackett, Father Weaver. We know who you are. Discussion? Questions? Discussion? Yes, Father Trudeau. Father Damien Trudeau, Diocese of the West.
Father Trudeau, the Vicar General of the Diocese of the West. At our last synod, we created 3 new dioceses in South Africa: West, Fall, and Northeast. We don't have any money. Right now, everything that I spend comes out of my pocket for the diocese or through the generous donation of people that I know. I requested money from the St. Paul Mission Society, but was told we didn't have any. And before we adopt this new budget, I would like to see that new dioceses get something at least. We have expenses just like the old dioceses do. The old dioceses are supposed to become more and more self-sufficient. But these new dioceses, my diocese was created, there's no bishop, the Vicar General, we have 6 priests. It's 250,000 square miles, and I have to travel around. Where's that money coming from? It's coming out of my pocket. It's coming out of my parents' pocket. It's coming out of people that donate for that. I think it's not equitable. I don't want to use the word fair, but fair and equitable, that money is going to the older dioceses that should be going more and more self-sufficient, yet we create new dioceses and the hope that they will be successful, but it's like locking a child in a room with food. You say, well, we gave her the food. Well, the child cannot cook the food or take care of themselves. And I just don't think it's right. I mean, I'm attached to this, so I don't want to get emotional about it, but I don't think this is equitable, and I think that this should be changed. The Diocese of the Fall is not on here. The Diocese of the Northeast is not on here. Paraclete was a church account for the previous diocese. I understand why that's nothing there. Zimbabwe is a new diocese. So I really think that we need to go back to this budget and redistribute so that everyone gets a little bit. I mean, all I asked for was $1,500. That goes very far for me. I can make that go very far. It may not seem like a lot, but the amount of things that I can do with $1,500. Fuel is $5 a gallon where I am. So to travel 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, I mean, to go to Cape Town is 2,000 miles back and forth. It takes me 16 hours to drive one way. I'm very happy to pay out of my pocket. That's not the problem, if I have it. And thankfully, I have had it. But as the year gets to a close, I may not have it. And I'm not the only one. There's other dioceses that in South Africa that are just like myself. And, you know, our new bishop-elect, he's working. He works underground. He digs coal for 12 hours a day and comes out looking completely black. What money he's going to get is going to go towards his diocese, and I think we should help those dioceses. Thank you.
I believe there are 6 dioceses that are not in the budget. Pakistan, Philippines, Zimbabwe, and 3 in South Africa. Pakistan receives $400 a month because of a personal donation from one family designated for Pakistan. So yes, they get something regularly, but that's not coming out of the ACC's. It's a designated donation. It's like Father Trudeau does receive money, but it's designated gifts from fundraising he has done that is helping. So it's not from the, it's through the Mission Society, but not from the Mission Society, if you will. Yes, Father Bien-Aimé.
Thank you. I'm Father Bien-Aimé from Haiti. When I look at the budget for 2022-23, I say to myself, I'm selfish, because all those money goes to one parish, the St. Teresa Parish. Right now, I got 2 new parishes, and I have to travel from Port-au-Prince to Cape Haitian for one parish very often. I have to travel from Port-au-Prince to southeast of Haiti for the other parishes. And those money, this budget here is only for St. Therese, for payroll for the teacher. But I understand also the church doesn't have too much to spend for Haiti. But I feel selfish because this money comes only to my parish. And I got 2 more parishes in constructions. To try to understand my situation, I feel very selfish regarding to those 2 parishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Further discussion?
Could you repeat, Your Grace, Pakistan, Philippines, and one other?
Zimbabwe, the VAL, V-A-A-L, the West, and is it the Northwest? Northeast. So 3 in South Africa plus Zimbabwe, which is Southern Africa but not in the Republic of South Africa, Pakistan, and the Philippines, with the proviso that Pakistan is receiving a monthly amount because an individual family is donating for that purpose. We also send money to the Philippines. I mean, we send money to many of these places, but not money taken from the St. Paul Mission Society budget, just designated gifts that we do channel there as they are given.
And Bishop, it should be noted that that we can only do that if we actually receive the gifts in. Like, we can't give the money. It's not like we have an endowment.
Yeah, we don't have a pot of money, so when the money comes in, we're able to fund our budget. If it doesn't come in, it's just like your family. If you may have a mortgage, but if you have no income, you can't pay your mortgage. Yes. Mrs. Gibson, Diocese of the South.
Is this for designated donations, or is this the budget?
That is the budget. That is the budget. I think what I've said is, if I have a guarantee that there will be income to fund a line item, we will add the line item. We will add an amount in the line. But, so, again, if the money's there, we're happy to channel it. Yes, Dr. Guy.
I'm just wondering, why is Southern Sudan much higher than everything else?
Southern Sudan, like Haiti, has a designated monthly gift from a parish in the United States, which supplements what they otherwise would be receiving. So again, this represents some money that's sort of taken from the general fund of the St. Paul Mission Society, but also money that we're more or less guaranteed comes in every month. And Father Bien-Aimé's amount, that 4,100 figure, does include, it's not just money we're giving from the St. Paul Mission Society, but it does include designated monthly gifts, a designated monthly gift. Yes.
Jane Bear from DMAS. Given those two situations then, and given what Father Trudeau said, it would seem to me that a revamp of this budget, because you have two dioceses that have these monthly gifts, therefore, can we then redesignate what we were giving them originally to these dioceses that are not funded? Because it really is inequitable at this point.
Point of question, Your Grace.
Father Dickerson?
Is it possible to separate for each one of these countries the amount budgeted from the mission of St. Paul?
If you look in your, let's get your year-to-date Deputy Bursar report from the financials, okay?
So I think the clarity needs to be what is sent as a budgeted amount from the Mission Society of St. Paul, as opposed to what is designated.
Okay. This was the last page of my financials. St. Paul Mission detailed statement of receipts revenues for 8 months ending August 31st, 2021. Are you finding that? Okay, let's look, for instance, at the second bottom half, expenditures. The budget for Kenya is $500 a month. For 8 months, that would be $4,000. Kenya was sent, in that 8-month period, $8,930. Okay?
Yes, sir.
The difference between those figures are designated gifts, largely for the poultry projects that Bishop Ndegwa informed us about in great detail last January. You all learned more about chickens than you knew before. Pakistan, you will see, for 8 months received $12,000, which again is considerably more than the budget. That is because of designated gifts from, I believe, from California to aid special projects of Bishop Mushtaq Andrew. The Dickey Fund for Children is something completely not on your budget. A person, a family, are giving money to help the education of the children of African bishops. So they're getting money not in the budget, designated for that purpose. East Congo is a huge figure. Bishop Stephen Ayule Malenge is budgeted at $500 a month. 8 months, $4,000. He received $69,000. Bishop Stephen is an effective fundraiser. Some of that money was from non-ACC people. $10,000 came from a trustee of a non-religious foundation who's a friend of a supporter of the hospital in Moshu in South Kivu Province, Eastern Congo. So lots of money, but you can do the math. Take the budget, multiply by the number of months, and then look at what they actually received. Okay? Okay? Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Tackerberry.
Diocese of the United States only. Is
most of them. I think bishops, one or two get 1,000. Very good. Okay. Bishop Wilson receives 1,000 a month. Obviously, Haiti, as Father Bien-Aimé has noted, receives more. Some of this it's the history of the church. Haiti was our first mission project, and we took on a payroll. Everybody else I've said since, I'd love to fund your payroll, but I can't. I don't have the money. So there, and then more recently, the number of new dioceses was growing so quickly. It wasn't that we didn't want to help, but we could have 3 more dioceses in South Sudan tomorrow, and I've said we can't give you any money. If you want to join us, you're welcome, but we have no money. So. I have received, however, just now a pledge to increase for Father Trudeau's work $250 additional a month for the next 2 years. So, ask and ye shall receive, Father. There still are dioceses that aren't getting anything in the budget, but.
So the idea to revamp the budget and disperse the 500s and the thousands a little differently is not going to happen. Is it not?
Well, it could. I don't adopt the budget. You all do. You can modify the budget. Yes, Colonel Barrow. Sure. I'll repeat the question in a moment. Go ahead.
Are these dioceses required at all to show how they're actually spending money?
Are the dioceses required to show how they are using the money? Some yes, some no. The $500 a month is personal support for the bishops. And if they want to spend the money on wine, woman, and song, it's personal support. We might change our minds, but I do not require accounting for personal support. Bishop Stephen, who's spending the largest amount of money, provides very, very detailed financial reports.
So is there a way we can require that? Because I personally, listening to all this, I'm very uncomfortable at this point. If we're requiring it of our own people, and we're giving out of our wealth and our tithing and all of that, then shouldn't we be requiring the same of them to say to us what they are doing?
I think we are asking for financial reports from those dioceses as we do from the U.S. diocese. Is that correct, Debbie? The same reporting request goes to all of the dioceses. If you're asking, are we getting audited reports and detailed breakdowns which have been audited, the answer is no.
But are they all submitting something, or is it just a general, or nothing at all?
The attempt is made to get from all dioceses, foreign or domestic. The result is mixed, both foreign and domestic. So we have the same response from foreign as we do domestic.
My diocese last year did not get reports from 4 parishes in my diocese. People say, Jesus, the centurion said to Jesus, I am a man under authority, and I have men under authority under me, and I say to one, do this, and he does it, and I say to another, do that, and he does it, and I say, do this, and nothing happens. Well, sometimes things happen with some people. Bishop Lowe, please come to the microphone.
I don't need it, I don't think. Just a quick question. are the overseas dioceses paying tithe to the province?
No.
Well, I'm sorry.
England, yes. UK, yes. Canada, yes. Australia, the way it worked was if I visited about every 4 years, they hand me a packet of money in Australian currency and say, use this money when you're here, and then when you get home, send a US dollar check to the bursar. And I do, and that's, so they're paying tithe, but they're not transferring money internationally, changing currency. The original missionary diocese of South Africa did pay tithe. Again, when I visited, Mrs. Kenyon Hoare would give me a packet of rands, and that was their tithe, and I would use it to pay expenses for my visitation. As far as I know, all of the other dioceses overseas do not pay tithe to the province. All right, we have a motion on the floor concerning the St. Paul Mission Society, and we certainly have had considerable discussion and concerns stated, and I don't want to short-circuit that conversation. And also, I think the conversation can continue after this particular item of business. But is there more discussion about the proposed budget of the St. Paul Mission Society or other parliamentary action?
I have added that pledge to my report.
Okay, we have added to the budget and to that report the pledge we have just received. I'm not seeing anyone wanting to address the issue further, so I will call for a vote on the proposed budget for the St. Paul Mission Society. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you very much. That finishes the financial reports and the budgets.
Yes.
I wanted to answer the question for Colonel Jane Bear. Okay. Back in 2017, the funds were only at a balance of $500,000, and as of June, it was over $900,000. And actually today, or it's August 31st, it was $1,094,000. Okay, the ACC pays a flat rate of 1.24%, and this is based on the fair market value of the assets. Merrill Lynch does not charge performance-based fees. So our investment advisory committee and the administrative council believe that what we're paying is worth what we're getting from them. I do have resumes on our team that work on our account. They're highly qualified, and so that's just our position, but if you want further discussion, I have more reports if you want to see that. Okay, thank you.
Did everybody follow that? That was following up on a question about the advisor fees paid by the church to Merrill Lynch. Yes, Father. Yes, please.
Anybody wants snacks, they're going to take them away in 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question. There are going to be snacks available for only 5 more minutes, so we'll let you rush out of the room. I'll get to the head of the line.
Father Brackett and Missionary Diocese of Resurrection. Not to belabor the point, but to follow up to the earlier question, the concern that was raised back in January was the fees were to a point that we were requesting review, and we were told from the floor at that time that a review would be taken. So I appreciate that the advisory committee has, or the administrative committee has looked at the fees we're paying and feel they're okay, but the request was to the floor we felt they were still too high, and has at least a comparison been done? And we were told that that would be done. So that is what I'm asking again, that a subjective review be done to the point of other financial institutions be looked at that could handle the funds that we have, because to your point, Madam Treasurer, $1,700 in fees to $17,000 in fees for effectively doubling the amount of the funds seems a bit high. That's all I'm going by.
Laura, would you
Thank you.
take the chair for a moment? Ron Pearson, Bishop LaRoe is going to assume the chair, and Haverland's going to get some snacks.
Yeah. Oh, I was on my way out to get snacks, but once we hit $1 million and can stay there for a month or two, the fees will be going down. That's one of the things we're going to be negotiating with Merrill Lynch. So the fees will be going down. What you have to realize, though, too, is, as our bursar said, they provide a lot of services we're not paying for. I mean, any changes, exchanges, other things, we're not paying for those. Those are all involved in the fee. And they do have a fiduciary responsibility to us. And they've done a very good job. They're very responsive. And if you compare it to, you'd almost have to go to a robo-advisor to get anything much less. Merrill Lynch isn't cheap, but they do a lot. And they take care of things in a way that you can have some trust in them, at least most of the time. And you know, my own parish, we have an endowment that's somewhat larger than that, but we're paying just a little bit under 1%, and they've given us very, very good service. Because remember, we can't do this like an individual investor would do, because we have a fiduciary responsibility as a committee, and so we have to be a little more conservative in our investments.
Any more discussion? Talk about it? Okay, you are all on recess for snacks.
we knew that many of our overseas folk would not be able to be here, and some have submitted reports that I will present. I've always asked the reports be kept to 5 minutes. I remember last time, as Bishop Ndegwa rounded 15 minutes, he said, "Oh, I see I am coming to the end of my allotted 5 minutes." But now I have achieved greater control. Pardon? No, I don't need one for myself. Well, sometimes maybe. Bishop John Ndegwa, I visited in 2019, just before our last Provincial Synod. He reports that since the previous Synod, he has installed a solar power system at Resurrection Church, Kaiole, and they have acquired a 560 egg capacity hatcher operated by the solar system. They have completed the roof on the third and final unit of the 4th floor at Kaiole. They have built a concrete staircase to a 5th floor stab. They've commenced commercial poultry feed formulation. They have formed an Order of St. Joseph, which is an organization of Anglican Catholic men to encourage men in the mission of the church and engage them in the activities of the church. They have engaged, they being the bishop and assistants, have engaged in missionary trips and activities, including the acquisition of public address systems, and they've had 7 trips in Kenya and established 2 missions, or revived 2 missions to full worshiping status, and restored communication for a distant mission. They've held an annual general meeting, and they have received from the Attorney General of Kenya returns and information that protects them from legal threats and from various kinds of tampering, which they have suffered from some rival religious groups. So they've secured the legal and administrative status of their diocese. I'll give you that report for records. Father Mansfield in Canada wishes me to inform you of the elevator speech contest. Have you ever been with someone who asked about the Anglican Catholic Church? And they say, "What is that?" And so the elevator speech contest will reward the best answer to that question. Entries must be of a length that can be spoken within approximately 30 seconds at a common rate of speech. And they should answer 2 questions: what is the Anglican Catholic Church? Or one of 2 questions, or what is Anglican Catholic Christianity? A single paragraph of no more than 3 sentences is recommended. You may submit an optional video recording. Entries must be submitted, emailed, or postmarked no later than Advent 2, which is December 5th of this year, and must include your full name, mailing address, phone number, and email address. Also bank name and account number. No, that's not. All entries become the property of the Traditional Anglican Church of Canada and will not be returned. They will be reviewed for content, succinctness, persuasiveness, and appeal. The winner will be chosen by a panel of judges. I was asked if I would be a judge, and I said, that's like saying in a room full of mothers, Bishop, would you please pick the cutest baby? Nope. Won't be doing that. The winner will be announced in the January 2022 issue of the traditional Anglican News, the Canadian newsletter, which is actually very good. Comes by email. If you don't get it, you might ask to get it. And the winner will receive a prize. Bishop Paul, would you care to address the assembled? And I bet you get that question on occasion too. What is the PNCC? So you might, we will gift you this idea for the elevator speech contest.
I think every jurisdiction throughout the world has been trying to figure out that elevator speech contest. So, my name is Bishop Paul Sobiehuski. I am the Bishop of the Eastern Diocese of the Polish National Catholic Church, and we've been around since 1897. We were for those of you who might not have heard this 2 years ago from Prime Bishop McCuskey, we were in sacramental intercommunion with the Episcopal Church from, I believe it was 1938 until 1973, or 78. I think that's when everything happened. 78, yeah. And since then, it's always been a dream. Before I forget, I want to thank Bishop Haverland, Archbishop, for inviting us to be a part of this. I also want to thank my brother bishops here, the clergy, and all the lay folk that are part of your two synods, this particular one for ACC, and then tomorrow the one for the Diocese of Holy Cross. I am with you only for the one day, and I have to plan my travel well because I didn't realize that Atlanta to Athens would take as long as it did, and then on top of that, getting through the Atlanta airport would take as long as it did. So hopefully, if I leave at 7, I'll be able to make my 11:20 flight. I'm hoping, praying. And by the way, you bishops, if you're flying into Logan, you won't have the same problem. It's only an hour drive. And if you're flying into Manchester, it's 10 minutes, and you're out of that airport in probably 2 minutes. So it's a whole lot, it's a different world up there. But anyway, our church has been, or was in sacramental intercommunion, and it's something that we hope we can return to, but not sacramental intercommunion, because that was a formula that was not well because of what happened in 78 and how it could happen. So we're seeking full communion with a Catholic jurisdiction, and for the past 2 to 3 years now, we have been in dialogue with the G4, and I've had the pleasure of being present representing our church at a number of your functions. The Prime Bishop and our Ecumenical Officer, Father Senior Robert Nemkovich, could not be present because they have other obligations, but it is my pleasure to be here with you. And as I've told the members of the dialogue, that my hope and my prayer is that within 9 years, something will happen, because I believe I'm the last priest of the Polish National Catholic Church to have concelebrated a Mass with an Anglican clergyman. This was back in Antigua, I believe, when I led a group there, and it was Sunday, and Antigua was under the Archbishop of Canterbury, and they had not yet accepted the priesting of women, so we were good to go. And I got the okay from the bishops at the time, Bishop Swantek, our presiding bishop, and my diocesan, and I believe I'm the last one that celebrated or concelebrated. and that was a joy. And I'd like to be one of the ones before I retire to be able to celebrate again. I would also like to extend my best wishes to all the members on your dialogue team that are meeting with us. We will be together in 2 weeks in Manchester, my cathedral parish, in Holy Trinity, and I hope we will have a very, very successful dialogue, and that it would continue, because there is so much that binds us together, particularly our common Catholic and Christian faith. So I wish you the very best, and on behalf of our Prime Bishop, Bishop Anthony McCuskey, and all of the bishops of our church, we thank you for this invitation, and we look forward to also seeing you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. If the Synod will indulge me, this might be a good time to go ahead and present my report for the Department of Ecumenical Relations. I'm not going to read out my report from the patrimony. It's 1 page, and it's nothing that really requires anything more than you reading it. But the Ecumenical Relations report, I think, is important and also positive. There should be copies of it in your packet. I noted last year a number of major benefits from the G4 process established in 2017. Clergy retreats held in common, the licensing and sharing of clergy, the merging of some small congregations to form more viable ones, and in particular an end to jurisdiction hopping and the movement of clergy who probably needed to come under some discipline into other churches without full consultation. All of that has come to an end. And we now have cooperation, cordiality, mutual respect, and support. This year we're not having a joint synod because the ACA and the APA are on different synod schedules. We do hope in 2023 to return to a joint synod of all 4 jurisdictions. I would note that last month the ACA bishops and, as I said in my charge, Bishop Scarlett and I joined also Bishop Hewitt to celebrate the enthronement of presiding Bishop Chad Jones in the APA. So although we're not having joint synods, we have meetings and common activities. The G4 continue to have a monthly teleconference. I believe that all 4 groups, and the leaders in particular of all 4, are enthusiastically committed to the G4 process. This month, in September, by the end of the month, we're each supposed to present a written statement concerning our own formularies, those of the other members of the G4, and suggested steps towards organic union, given our understanding of each other's formularies. I have already mentioned the proposal that will be pursued this week for the DHC to join the ACC. So I have nothing but good news to report about our closest ecumenical relationship, which is with the G4. Looking a little further afield, relations with the APCK are probably better than they ever have been. They are cordial and cooperative, largely due to Archbishop Upham's cooperative and positive behavior and attitude towards us. Earlier this year, the G4 leaders met in Atlanta with Bishop Ryan Reed, the relatively new Bishop of Fort Worth in the Anglican Church of North America, Again, the meeting was cordial and continued. A friendly relationship begun in 2017 with the presence of Bishop Reed's predecessor, Bishop Jack Eicher, at our first joint synods, followed up by my presence at his diocesan synod later in 2017, representing the G4. Bishop Reed does not know where Fort Worth will end up. They are the largest and wealthiest diocese in ACNA, but he is disturbed, as many in ACNA are, by the kicking of the ordination of women can down the road and the decision to make no decision, which of course is itself a decision. He was, I believe, very impressed by the G4's close and cooperative spirit. He seemed pleased to be at a meeting where everybody agreed about the most important things. I'm pleased to note that all of those churches and dioceses that I've just mentioned to this point have refused to take on disgruntled ACC clergy, citing their warm and respectful relations with the ACC. Even though we're not all in full communion, we are all respecting each other. So our policy, ecumenical policy, is, I think, contributing to a more stable situation among continuing Anglicans. I have reported also in my charge to the last synod the beginning of our formal dialogue with the PNCC. While Corona tide prevented physical meetings, as Bishop Paul has just reported, that aspect of our dialogue is resuming in October, and we're all very glad for that. The PNCC quite correctly is concerned that the 20th century dialogue between the Episcopal Church and themselves did not provide mechanisms to ensure mutual accountability short of simply ending communion. Our current dialogue seeks, among other things, to rectify that deficiency. Let me note that we also believe that within the Episcopal Church prior to 1976, there was no mechanism to control or limit certain forms of doctrinal and moral deviation. Bishops and general conventions were essentially lawless. One bishop of the Episcopal Church once said the only way a bishop could get into serious trouble was if he committed multiple murders in front of multiple witnesses, at least some of whom were bishops. This is not a healthy situation. Our own constitution and canons were designed in part to provide safeguards against harmful innovation and heresy. Similarly, with the PNCC, we seek not just to restore the status quo ante, but also to achieve mutual accountability and more secure and stable doctrinal agreement. So we welcome Bishop Paul and are glad to have greetings from Prime Bishop Dr. Anthony Makovsky and look forward to next month. After these positive reports, allow me one negative. I continue to be disturbed by the policies of ACNA and the Reformed Episcopal Church. While we have not sought to broadcast this fact, the G4 have agreed internally that we cannot consider formal relations with the REC until and unless that body leaves ACNA, and until and unless they remove the Declaration of Principles from their formularies. The ACC, much more than our G4 partners, has some scruples about the validity of REC orders, but practically speaking, the G4 are unanimous in believing that membership in ACNA with its ambiguous theological position is problematic. Dialogue with anyone is possible. Fruitful dialogue, however, must rest on essential theological agreement, and that is not possible with a part of an ecclesial body that ordains women and that appears to repudiate apostolic succession, baptismal regeneration, and the real presence. That is my report. Motion to receive the report. Father Cribbs, Father Philippe Charles. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Doesn't mean you approved, you just received it. Canon Hollister. So we're coming to the Constitution and Canons Committee report, which I believe also is in your packets.
John Hollister, clerical delegate from the Diocese of New Orleans, and for my sins, Chancellor of the Church, in which capacity I am the ex officio chairman of the Constitution and Canons Committee. And I want to, at the outset, make clear that the committee did not produce the report before you, and I'm not making that disclaimer in any way to criticize the report, because it's not honest for us to take credit for someone else's work. And that what you have before you is the work of Archbishop Haverland, using as a matrix the previous definitions of provinces and dioceses that we have had in our canons. And I can't forbear from remarking that in my now 43 years as a lawyer, Archbishop Haverland is the single person I've encountered who did not go to law school, but who naturally seems to think like a lawyer. When he does, and when we have discussions about canonical issues, I find his analyses and reactions to things to be both acute and helpful. What you have before you is the result of a request from the people on the ground in the territories concerned. They have expressed the desire, or someone there has expressed the desire, for a redefinition of boundaries and identities of sub-jurisdictions, and have also provided the information about the political and geographical boundaries within which they would like to have each of these subdivisions function. Obviously, with the exception of perhaps of one person present, no one of the rest of us in this room really can have any adequate idea of the realities of ecclesiastical life in the Republic of South Africa. We just don't go there very often. We don't visit them. We have very little personal knowledge. So taking the information forwarded and copying the format with which we have in past occasions defined provinces and dioceses, the Archbishop has put together this proposal which is before you, in which both, and there may well be other people who have looked at it and found it more than satisfactory, but both Dr. Wiswell and I have also. And so I think it's self-explanatory. But if anybody has any questions, we'll try to answer them. No questions? Dr. Lloyd.
And further change the numbering of the current canon 3.2.03 now to be canon 3.2.04. Does that mean that 03 simply vanishes?
No, look at up under Proposal 1, the third paragraph under that heading. Amend Canon 3.2 by adding the following new subsection to be titled The Province of Southern Africa, 3.2.03, the Province of Southern Africa. So that's the reason that with that being inserted at that point, everything else gets shoved down one tailing number. Father Trudeau, who is that one person with personal knowledge?
Father Trudeau, missionary diocese of the West. I'm not sure how to do this, but I would like to make a motion. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that now, or I would like to make a motion that we postpone indefinitely proposal number 1. And we can discuss it, I can get reasons, but that's my motion.
Father, would you switch on the microphone?
Father Trudeau is proposing that, moving that proposal number 1, which is this change in the canons to insert the province of Southern Africa, the consideration of that proposal be postponed indefinitely.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry? If somebody seconds it. Ms. Tackberry is seconded. As a previous mere second-class petty officer, I will not argue with the colonel. Any discussion? Father Trudeau, would you like to enlighten us?
Yes, we're making a huge decision here. We're making a decision to create a new province in our church. If we look around, the decision affects us here, but it also affects all those who are not here. And I think it would be inopportune for us to go ahead to approve this proposal or even vote on it at this time. I know they cannot be here. I know why they're not here. But I think that another 2 years for them to organize further and to become more organized and better financially stable, as I mentioned before in my own talk about finances, I think it would give the church a better opportunity to become more stable. This affects 5 or 6 dioceses, 3 of which are new. They're struggling with finances, they're struggling with clergy, they're struggling with congregations, just like I am. My diocese has voted not to be part of the new province, just because we know that it's not the opportune time, or we feel that it's not the opportune time there to have a new province in Southern Africa, because it's not stable yet. There hasn't been enough time for stability. We created the new provinces in January 2020, the new dioceses, I'm sorry, but now we have these 6 new dioceses that want to become a province. They haven't had the time to prove that they can do that. And I think we need to be prudent about it. And, you know, I live in South Africa. I know what's going on. I'm on the ground. And I really think that with everyone not here, it doesn't give everyone the opportunity to speak and to talk. And I think we should postpone it until another 2 years. I don't think it's going, if they are organizing and doing everything that they can do, then I don't think that 2 years will be a hardship. And that'll give us 2 years also to grow as a church here in South Africa and in the United States, so everyone's on the same page. Right now, we're just looking at these words on paper and voting on something that's affecting 2 entire countries, 4 countries, plus our entire church. I don't think there's enough information. We don't have financial data. We don't have congregational data. There are 2 bishops-elect that have not been ordained yet. I think we should postpone and wait until they are ordained, until they've had time to run their diocese, to get their diocese going, so they can see where they're going. It's not easy, I can tell you that. I was assigned as Vicar General last year, and I've struggled greatly with many, many, many different things. And I know they're also struggling with those as well. Not all are in the same boat, as you would say. One diocese that's leading the charge is well organized, but the other 2 are new. They don't even have bishops yet. They're set to be ordained in the future, but I think we should wait until everything is in place. Let's not put the puzzle together until we have all the pieces. And I think it would be prudent not to vote on this at this time. Therefore, I'd like to motion that we postpone.
Bishop LaRoe will be assuming the chair, and Bishop Haviland will be addressing the Synod.
I apologize to the Synod and to Father Trudeau in that I probably should have presented the report of those most in favor of this, who, as we all know, are not able to be here because of travel difficulties. I'm primarily simply going to be presenting that report, which I think will provide some information that it is true you had not to this point had. But if this might be viewed as taking a position on a matter of debate, then it is appropriate that I vacate the chair for the duration of the discussion of this item, and so Bishop LaRoe will be in the chair. And I hope you'll indulge me in taking a little extra time than would normally be permitted in such a statement, since this also would be a report from an overseas diocese or groups of them. This is from Bishop Dominic and others in the, what they're calling the region of Southern Africa, that is the 5 dioceses in question. We deem it important for the College and Synod to note that it was before our time, that of the current Rosa leadership, when the notion of a province of Africa was mooted by the 20th Provincial Synod in 2013. When the CHI joined the ACC in 2014 at the 21st Provincial Synod in 2015, Archbishop Haviland alluded to the feasibility of a province of Southern Africa. The concept of a province of POSA, or we'll say, was once more envisioned at the 22nd Provincial Synod in 2017. At the 23rd Provincial Synod in January 2020, we affirmed the establishment of POSA most probably at the 24th Provincial Synod. I believe that today would be a red letter day for the wider ACC in general, and South Africa in particular, if a canon were establishing POSA to pass. When the idea of a province was first conceived in 2013, there was only one ACC diocese in Southern Africa, the Missionary Diocese of Southern Africa, with parishes and missions scattered in the Northwest and Free State provinces, as well as Cape Town, and one in KwaZulu-Natal province. Only 4 of those parishes remain ACC today, and they are part of the new Missionary Diocese of the Vaal, whose bishop-elect is the Reverend Jacob Kaleso Casey, one of the MDSA remnants. In addition to the Vaal, the other 4 committed POSA member dioceses are the Missionary Diocese of Zimbabwe, with Bishop Mendezvidza, the Missionary Diocese of St. Paul, the Missionary Diocese of the Northeast, whose bishop-elect is the Reverend Father Elliot Leon Manyande, as well as the Diocese of the CHI. Their combined statistics is as follows: 3 bishops, 2 bishops-elect, 55 clergy, 45 missions or parishes, 2,813 parishioners, 17 church buildings. The unofficial area boasts Mothers Union, St. Bernard Mazeki Men's Guilds, Mary Magdalene Guild, choirs, youth guilds, girls and boys friendly societies, Sunday school, and so forth. In the light of the above statistics, the pertinent question in someone's mind might be whether or not the region of Southern Africa should qualify as a viable province. The dioceses are, at the current moment, few in number, small in membership, and weak financially, only strong in commitment to the exciting cause of our region becoming a province. I believe that the ACC started in 1978 with 4 dioceses, but today is spread around the globe, consisting of 20-plus worldwide dioceses with more than 50,000 members. The Anglican Church of Southern Africa, formerly the Church in the Province of Southern Africa, also began with 4-member dioceses, but today boasts 29 dioceses with over 3 million members. We hope that our motivation and commitment will quantitatively and qualitatively grow POSA into a preeminent province. Hence, we took up the challenge of becoming POSA. And then the report includes a description of preliminary meetings and strategy planning by those delegates who were interested in this project from the diocese concerned. There have been several meetings. They have started a fund which has raised, each diocese is obliged to contribute a membership fee of 5,000 rands, which would total 25,000. And there are funds in hand now, and they are beginning to prepare for an inaugural synod and consecrations. Okay, and then there's more, which is a sort of pro message for this, but I think those are the facts, some of which were missing before you got this. So 3 bishops, 2 bishops elect, 55 clergy, 45 missions and parishes, 2,800 members, 17 buildings.
So, Jane Bear again. I have a question for those of us that, this came at us really fast, and I think it is a lot of information to absorb and to vote on at this point. So I have 2 really serious concerns at this point. And please correct me, Archbishop, because the way this reads, there's already a province there, the way this sentence says. And we're talking about now an additional province. And then the sentence that says it will be the job of the province and its leadership to persuade others for the time being that may wish to remain with the original province. That doesn't sit well with me. That bothers me, that whole statement. It's as if it's, you come and do what we say, but eventually we're going to make you do it. I don't understand. If there's a province there, why do we need a new one? So maybe I'm just ignorant. I'm probably missing something in that portion. And then the next thing you said was that they want to have a fee for each diocese of 5,000 rand. We already have these dioceses saying they're not getting money. Where's that money going to come from? So I have 2 really concerns. So I do back tabling this until we can have a serious discussion about how is this going to be financed? Why really? Is this more about, and I'm going to be blunt, is this really about more purple shirts? Is it? So I'd like a little bit more information before I can even consider this, because I'm very concerned about those statements.
Since I was directly addressed by name, I think I am. That's all right. No, I'm entitled to reply. None of these 5 dioceses has asked for any money. None of them. Okay. Zimbabwe, none of those 5 have requested anything. The matter of persuading is to say, Father Trudeau, Bishop Salomzi, their dioceses don't need to join this. If they're going to join it, it has to be because they want to, because they're persuaded that it's worth joining. If they would prefer to remain with the original province, they're free to. So that is by way of saying we're giving them the freedom to decide which way they want to go. Nobody's forcing anybody to join anything. This is 5 dioceses asking to be elevated to provincial status. No more purple shirts. There'll be no more bishops. There are already 3 bishops and 2 bishops elect. We're not proposing to make more. It's just the 5 bishops would be going to that provincial synod rather than this Provincial Synod. Does that, I think those were the questions you asked.
Yes, but it still sounds to me that they're trying to dissolve the first original. That's how that perception in my brain is working. So why? Why do we need, if they're not established, why do they feel that they need it? And why do we, it sounds to me, when I comprehend this, is that they're actually looking to dissolve the original. What is the purpose in that at this point? They're not, as Father Trudeau brought up, capable and not up and off the ground and running some of them. What is the point? And why would it benefit, for instance, Father Trudeau's to go to them? I want to know that before I vote yes for something that could just be a territorial, seriously, a territorial desire. And that's, there may not be any more purple shirts, but we all know that we are all human. We know that things will be political issues within our churches, within our diocese, within every major denomination. Is this a political thing? I want my little camp over here. And I'm being blunt about it because I do support these things for St. Paul's, and it is very concerning. And we don't want to have these little fight pins coming up under the name of the ACC.
Sure, I don't want to continue to dominate the conversation, but again, I would just say that the vision of the ACC is that we are going, we would like the world to be filled with ACC provinces. So when you get a sufficient concentration in a particular geographical area, the natural progression is to establish it as a province. So unfortunately, that hasn't happened because we haven't grown enough in most areas. But whether this is wise now or not, everybody here is going to have to think about and decide. And but it's not a natural goal to take this step if the circumstances are right.
Okay, more discussion? Go ahead.
Father Peter Jermel from DMAS. It's an ecumenical question and slightly different aspect of this and hopefully easily answered. I had understood that the Anglican Church in America had ceased to have national churches and to become a global church in order to continue to work towards the possibility of signing on with the Union of Scranton. So so it looked to me like it was going to be more like the ACC at this point. The Anglican Church in America is such. How is having another province going to affect the ACC's ability to sign on with the Union of Scranton? Thank you.
More discussion?
Don Locke from the Diocese of the South. Aren't there some practical advantages to creating this province? For example, the bishops who could not attend this synod would have their own synod in Africa, I presume, so that the difficulties in travel wouldn't be present that we are seeing today. And then also, wouldn't that relieve our Archbishop from travel there as often? So I think those are a couple of practical reasons that we might continue to consider this.
Any more discussion from anyone?
Bishop, one practical point. So I'm Bill Dickerson from the Diocese of New Orleans. I'm a member of the Anglican Catholic Church Original Province. And if the original province dissolves, I have no province. That's not going to happen. So they're not proposing to dissolve the Anglican Catholic Church Original Province. They're
Okay, you are ready to take a vote on this? You feel more discussion necessary? All right, and the amendment is before you, in which, from Father Trudeau, to postpone indefinitely the amendment to establish a diocese and a province in South Africa. So I don't think
We're voting on
just that, his amendment to, right, not the original amendment. So what we have, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. It's not carried. So we're back to the original amendment. My Lord, Grace, you want to take your chair back? Could I pass the chair to someone else? So you have on, we're back to the original amendment to establish a diocese that is in your packet, the first one that was established. And the amendment was the amendment made and seconded? The original one? Okay. Committee. You put on the floor? And it got a second? Doesn't require a second. Okay, so we now need to have some discussion on that a little bit. So please go ahead, Father Jamel.
Is it in order to make a motion to table this for 2 years? Is that in order at this point?
No, because that's equivalent to what we just voted.
No, it was not, it's not the equivalent.
Indefinitely, so, I mean, you're mincing words, but it is indefinitely in 2 years is.
So if it is in order, I'd be happy to I would make a motion to, just for the sake of us having some sense of unity about this, and prayerfulness, to make a motion to table this, if that's the right word, for 2 years until it comes up again, just so people have an opportunity to vote on that particular
Just need to make
aspect
sure
of it.
I'm right with the parliamentarian would please give me some.
Technically, is correct. We could have a motion to table that is different from the motion to postpone indefinitely. The net effect of either motion is the same, though.
Okay, I will allow it. We got a second on it? Okay, for discussion. Any discussion on the amendment before us to table it for 2 years?
No, the motion is to table. Table cannot have a duration.
Table cannot have a duration, so that's the same as what we've originally have already done.
What are we doing? So this is a new motion, correct? The motion is to table it for 2 years and vote on it next 2 years? Is that
That
what
was
we're
my
discussing?
understanding, but now I'm getting more clarity from the parliamentarian that says that to table, you can't table it, you can't put a time frame on a.
Table it is table for this session. At the end of this session, it goes away. So how's that different? It can be reinstated the next session. No prohibition about that either way.
When I was making the original motion, the intention was to make it, we can vote on it next time. Let 2 years pass, let's see what happens, and then vote on it again. But I think people have confused it with getting rid of it completely. That was not my intention. My intention, as Father Jarmel said, was to allow us time to learn more about it, be educated about it, and make sure we're making a prudent decision, educated, instead of just saying aye and not sure what we're doing.
Thank you.
So I don't know if, yes, they can come next time, hopefully, and talk to us. We'll
We'll go ahead and walk through it. Any more discussion? All in favor of voting on the amendment which is before you to table it? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. All righty. Where's my tellers? And
Before we vote, if we have the motion explicitly stated, I'm not sure I understand.
did you type it down, Debbie?
I had that Father Peter Jermel from DMAS asked if it was in order to make a motion to postpone, or actually, sorry, to table the proposal, seconded by Father Damien Trudeau. The original, the proposal one. Yes, proposal one.
And it's been ruled that it can't, they can't be tabled with a time limit.
Correct.
Correct.
If it's tabled, it's tabled, which means it has to be added to the agenda in 2 years. Again, all over again.
That's correct.
How does this differ from the one we just voted down a minute ago?
Because I have an amendment on the floor that was accepted by me and it was seconded. And therefore, because we have to go through the process. And,
But to clarify,
huh?
it is in fact the same motion that we had previously, by voice, voted down. It's just being resurfaced now again for a
More or less.
big thing, but is that?
More or less.
No, no.
So we want to call the police department? Point of order. Yes. He gave his opinion once, but please give it again.
What was the question again?
What your interpretation was of the amendment. The last amendment made by Father Damien.
The initial motion was to postpone indefinitely. That has the net effect of, in effect, killing it for this session. The motion to table does that. It tables it, but could be reinstated from the table during this session. But if not brought back from the table, it goes away at the end of the session. Is that enough clarity?
So what you're basically saying is that being tabled means that we have to at least bring it back on the floor before.
That we could
We could.
bring it back. Once it's postponed indefinitely, you can't bring it back. You'll start over. Oh, it can be reinstated the next session,
Can be reinstated the next session.
next synod.
If we defeat the motion, we can bring it back in 2 years and reintroduce it as a new motion. Is that correct? No, the original proposal, we haven't actually voted on. But if we vote on it and we defeat the proposal, we could still bring it back in 2 years as a new proposal.
Okay, so all in favor of tabling the motion, please stand. Correct? Just walk down, just walk down. I think we need a simple majority.
This, but if we get to the proposal, then we would need 3/4.
The number's 33.
Because we've had people add it, right? Yeah. Okay.
Go with Bob and make sure your numbers are. Tell Debbie, please.
What's your total?
What's your total? We don't have agreement. We don't have, okay. Stay standing, please. Don't move. Okay. What do we got? Did you tell her? Did she tell you? No. Please. No, she didn't get it. 38.
Yeah, he's 38 against, 18 in favor, and 75%.
Okay, you can be seated, please. We have in favor 18, and against would be 38, so the amendment did not carry. That's where we're going, next. So back to the original proposal to establish a diocese and province, in South Africa, which has been distributed to you. That's the amendment, Proposal 1. So at this point, do we have a second on that already?
It
Didn't need a second, that's all right.
This has to be done by.
We have to have 75%, we have to done by clergy and lay, so this is different. And bishops.
We have had additional people arrive since the original credentials committee. We now have 75 total votes, 6 Episcopal, 35 clergy, 34 lay, and 3/4 would be 5 Episcopal, 26 clergy, and 26 lay. Is that correct, Archbishop, that is 3/4? Or is it 2/3?
This should go back to Canon Hollister should come up here and do this, right?
Yeah, he can come back and do it.
Canon Hollister, this is your amendment. Would you like to come up, please?
23, 23, and 4.
So don't let my tellers go away here. We need your work again, so. So do you want to do the vote? Yes, sir. So you know what we have. All right, are we ready? Father Fogg? You've just eliminated two amendments that were proposed. I believe it's still open for discussion. That's correct.
Point of order, I believe Mr. Pearson moved, called the question.
Call for question.
Oh.
So we end
I'm
and we
happy
go
to second
directly
that.
to vote.
All right. In the Episcopal order, and I think maybe to shorten the proceedings and make it easy, if we just would have them, all those bishops who are in favor of the proposal, would you please stand so the tellers can note you?
This is passed in favor of the proposal.
To create the province of Southern Africa with the designated diocese within that province. Yeah. 2/3 of 6 would be 4.
I hate to say this, but we've always, in votes by order, gone laity, clergy,
Oh,
okay.
I thought I'd go in.
so that he will not be unduly.
All right, scrub that one and we'll start over. It's sort of like like standing at the altar and saying, "Here endeth the wrong lesson." All right, those lay delegates in favor of the motion, please stand. I'm not a layman, so I'm hiding. If the tellers would move to the aisle so as not to confuse their colleagues' line of sight. Count carefully because you are dealing with the cure of souls. We have a number? All right. If those lay people in favor would sit down, all those lay delegates opposed, please stand. right, we have a number. If those lay delegates would please sit down. All clerical delegates in favor of the motion, please stand. All right, if the clerical delegates would sit, all those clerical delegates opposed to the motion, please stand. I'm standing. We have a number. All right. Clerical delegates, please sit. All of our reverend fathers in God in favor of the motion, please stand. Right reverend fathers in God and most reverend together as a group. That's what I thought his service said. Do we have a number? If those bishops standing would please sit. Any of our right reverend fathers in God opposed to the motion, please stand. Looks like 0. All right. It's like handicapping a horse race. We'll wait for the accountants to produce the final tally. According to my informants, the motion passed.
If you want to read that so that they know.
Okay. In the lay order, 24 delegates were in favor, 7 against. In the clerical order, 25 delegates in favor, 7 against. In the Episcopal order, 6 in favor, 0 against. Which brings us to proposal number 2 in the report. That if you have the cover page, inside that the second page, then you come to the third page, still dealing with Africa, the back. The fourth page is proposal number 2. This is the proposal to receive the Diocese of the Holy Cross as a diocese of this church. Of course, that's contingent upon the Diocese of the Holy Cross taking commensurate action at its synod and making it a non-geographical diocese. That is, its parishes and missions would be interspersed across the country throughout various of our geographical dioceses. And that's laid out rather clearly in the short proposal and in the brief commentary at the bottom. what is buried in the middle of the commentary, the explanation, is something that may not be immediately apparent as you review this. I know it sounds a little strange to talk about a non-geographical diocese, but we have an actual precedent. In the 1980s, we received into this church another continuing Anglican body called the Anglican Episcopal Church of North America. And the terms of that reception, which I'm sorry to say do not appear even as superseded canons in our canons, which I think is a mistake because it'd be useful to have it to refer to, was that the diocese, there were several dioceses, I think 3 perhaps, in the AECNA, would continue to exist overlapping our diocese geographically and keeping the parishes and missions each of them had previously, that this arrangement, there was a time limit on it, which is not included in the current proposal before you. I believe it was 5 years. It was a fairly generous time. And one of the reasons I think that there is no specific time limit set here, in the event, what happened with the AECNA, within 3 years, all of its clergy had transferred to the ACC diocese in which they were resident, and all of its congregations had transferred to the ACC territorial diocese within which they existed, and its bishops, one of them was elected coadjutor of one of our dioceses and later became its diocesan ordinary, and the others became assisting bishops in our existing diocese, and the whole transition took place in about half the time anybody had predicted, and everybody was blissfully happy with the outcome except for 1 or 2 people who left us, AECNA people who left us. So we do have a real, I can't say living precedent because it's been completed, but an actual precedent for this non-geographical situation. And for those of us who remember it, it was a very pleasant and happy experience because there was goodwill on both sides. And I know this is editorializing, but I have absolutely no reason to believe there isn't great goodwill on both the ACC and the DHC sides in the present proposal. So, with that before you, what is your will? Do we need a second to move forward with it? No. Okay. Do we have any discussion of it?
David Curry with the Diocese of the South. It's my understanding that the Diocese of the Holy Cross has not yet voted on this? Or
no, this is a sort of a conditional, the condition precedent is that they will vote the same, take the same vote in favor if we vote in favor.
So maybe we're hoping that our vote will influence, I mean,
no, we're just trying to.
But there's a chance that they may vote no, so I'm just wondering.
If they vote no, the proposal dies. I would, for those of you who had to travel through large and confusing transportation termini, you may have encountered the infamous Port of New York and New Jersey Authority. Well, that was created by New York passing a statute, New Jersey passing the identical statute, and then Congress passing the same statute to bless it as an interstate compact. In effect, eliminating the third level, that's what we're doing here. We're just laying the groundwork so that if the DHC acts favorably, it will be complete at that with their action. And I guess you could look at it as if we act favorably, we're laying out the welcome mat in no uncertain terms. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, since this is canonical legislation, it would again be by orders. Would all of the lay delegates in favor please stand? And our busy tellers will get to work. And anybody who opposes it will have their name taken, and they won't get dessert at dinner tonight. Yeah, it's done. For the sake of regularity, let all things be seen to be done seemly and in order. But that doesn't mean we can't tell them what the seemly outcome is. While we're busily counting, I was reminded by Archbishop Haviland's comment about the difficulties of selecting the most beautiful baby. One time years ago, I read about a Protestant clergyman who was exceedingly well loved in his hometown. We have a number, 33 in favor. If those would sit down, and the nay votes, if any, stand, we will note you. No nay votes. Any clerical delegates in favor, please stand. Count me on my feet. Do we have a number? All right. Please, will the affirmative vote sit? Any clerical delegates opposed, please stand. And I am not standing for that purpose. I see 0. Any of our Right Reverend Fathers in God in favor of the motion, please stand. I see 5. 6 votes in favor. That means there's nobody left to oppose it. So the motion carries in the lay order, 33 votes in favor, no oppositions. In the clerical order, 33 votes in favor, no opposition. In the Episcopal order, 6 votes in favor, no opposition. Let me just finish my little story. This clergyman was exceedingly popular, and someone asked him, to the whole community, not just his own congregation. Somebody asked him what the secret was of his great popularity, and he said, "You've got to get the mothers on your side." And they said, "Well, how do you do that?" He said, "Every time somebody presents me a baby, I look at it, I get a big smile on my face, and in a hearty and positive tone of voice, I say, 'My, that is a baby, isn't it?'"
Thank you, Canon Hollister, for steering us through those shoals. We usually wait to the end of the synod for the metropolitical assent, but we mark by divine providence Archbishop Ordinary of the Diocese of the South and Metropolitan of the original province of the Anglican Catholic Church, do hereby give our assent and consent to the canons just passed by the 24th Provincial Synod of the Anglican Catholic Church in Athens, Georgia, this day. We were scheduled to have lunch from 12 to 1. It is now 1:45. We will recess for 1 hour and 5 minutes. Well, let's say 1 hour and 15 minutes. And we will resume our session at 2 p.m. but I believe the bishops disposed of that yesterday. And that was a resolution to authorize the use of the Sarum rite in the ACC. And I think the sense of the bishops was, first of all, there's an informal permission for those who want to use it to go ahead and do it, as basically conforming to rites that are permitted. But we're not going to add an official liturgy until there's an actual jurisdiction saying we'd like to use this, or we do use this. So we declined to take it up, and I think the bishops, all the bishops who made that decision are still here, so I don't feel a need to proceed with that issue on the floor of Synod. It would be an opportunity for very extensive conversation, which would be another reason not to do it. Father Cribbs?
Yes, just a question. If a priest in a diocese didn't want to use it, would it just need to come under our ordinary, and our ordinary would have to give permission for that right to be used?
Correct. The one place where I know it is used is in a private chapel in northern France, which has no congregation. And the priest was under my jurisdiction, and I was happy to give him permission. It's what he's done for many years, so fine. So there's also the question of Latininity. I think our diocese has 3 priests who are probably capable of saying a Latin Mass competently, whether Sarum Rite or Tridentine, or the Liber Precum Publicarum. So there's a Latin translation of the Book of Common Prayer, and I would be hesitant to authorize a priest whose Latin was shaky to perpetrate a Latin Mass. I'm unaware of any other resolutions from dioceses. Does someone have something he or she knows about that I don't? And I'm not sure what actions from the floor are, but it's probably not something I want to encourage. Bishop Herman has a presentation. Yeah. You want to come up here? By the way, Father Foggin, is it correct that if there is a subsequent debate, if you carry the microphone around, we can hear you, but they can't see you online? So just thank you. You helped very much.
Muy queridos todos,
For all of you dear present here,
Su Gracia, Arzobispo Mark Haberland, señores obispos,
to the Bishop Mark Haverland, to all the bishops here,
sacerdotes
all the priests,
y demás miembros de esta familia de la ACC, provincia original.
and to all the members of this family, this big family, ACC Original Province.
Señores y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
el Señor ha estado grande con nosotros y estamos alegres.
the Lord has done great things for us, and we are filled with joy.
No voy a entrar al concurso del señor arzobispo,
I am not into the contest about the small speech,
porque me faltarán unos minutos más.
because maybe I will need a little bit more minutes.
Hoy se hace realidad un sueño,
Today we bring to you our dream. It comes true.
el canasto del café
Our coffee basket,
Santa Filomena,
Saint Philomena's coffee basket.
un canasto que se estaba llenando hace muchos años.
We were working on this project and trying to fill this basket a long time ago.
Y ahora está lleno
And now it's full
para ustedes,
for you,
para todos.
for all of us.
Colombian Coffee es el mejor café del mundo.
It's the best coffee in the world.
El sacrificio ha sido grande
We have been doing a big sacrifice and a big work,
y espero que ustedes me ayuden a cargar todos los sacos de café.
and actually we hope that all of you can help us to hold this big project. This coffee basket is for all of us.
Es el proyecto con el cual podremos mantener firme
Through this project, we can have strong
a la diócesis de la Nueva Granada,
our diocese in Nueva Granada,
extenderla a la provincia original
and also extend all of those helps and all of those things to our original province.
y que puedan haber recursos para ampliar las donaciones
And in that way, we could be part also of those donations that the original province make to other churches around the world.
y así dar respuesta a los cuestionamientos de esta mañana.
And in that way, we could answer and we could help to the things that we were talking during these days
Que los presupuestos están muy bajos
about budgets and about donations. In that way, we will able to help too as a diocese.
y que no alcanzan.
Sometimes the money is not enough to help many of these dioceses or churches in other places like overseas.
Y después de 11 años de servicio como obispo,
And after 11 years serving as a bishop,
poder decirle a la provincia original,
I will able to say to the original province,
a la Sociedad San Pablo,
to the St. Paul Mission Society,
que de acuerdo a lo que tengamos de este proyecto,
that one big part of this project,
comenzaremos a aportar lo que sea justo, necesario y más
we will be able to support and give something
para ayudar a tantos.
to help the other brothers in our church.
Colombia, mi país,
Colombia, my country,
es maravilloso,
it's wonderful.
pero también como el mundo está sufriendo.
But also, like many other countries or old countries around the world, is suffering now.
No solamente hay sufrimiento en África, en Asia, en Haití, que es muy duro,
It is not only suffering in Africa, in Asia. It's very hard there.
Haití,
In Haiti,
y también en los grandes países del mundo.
now even the big countries in the world are suffering.
Ustedes en Estados Unidos también han sufrido la pandemia.
all of you here are suffering this craziness about COVID and all of the effects, not only about health.
En Colombia han muerto muchos.
In Colombia, lots of people then died.
Familias que quedan destruidas.
Lots of families are destroyed.
Y la diócesis de la Nueva Granada está luchando por ayudar no solamente a los que son de la ACC,
And we are, as a diocese, we are trying to help not only our own people in our church.
sino a tantos otros, de cualquier denominación y credo.
We are helping others in different churches and even those that are not in any church.
Porque el Evangelio no tiene raza,
Because the gospel is not about groups.
el
It's not
Evangelio
about race.
no tiene lenguas.
The gospel doesn't have languages.
La lengua del Evangelio
The language of the gospel
es el amor.
is love.
¿Qué ha hecho por los demás?
What you do for the others.
Vengan benditos de mi Padre.
Come, blessings of my Father.
Por lo tanto, el proyecto del café
So that's why this project
será la ganancia que tendremos
will be our profit
para sacar adelante tantas necesidades.
to keep going and move forward even with our necessities.
No les estoy pidiendo nada.
We are not asking, we are not begging.
Creo que nunca lo he hecho.
I guess I never did that before.
Les estoy ofreciendo
I'm just asking you and present to you
el café del mundo.
the coffee of the world.
Si ustedes nos apoyan, sus comunidades, sus parroquias,
If you-
sus oficinas, sus trabajos,
If you can support us from any of your places, your churches, your parishes, your families, your offices, the places where you work,
tendremos para dar y convidar.
we will have enough to everyone.
Por eso,
Us and to share.
por eso necesitamos sacar adelante el canasto del café.
That's why we want to move forward with this project.
Hay otro canasto
We have a different basket
que no pudo venir,
that is not here this time.
es el de los pollos.
It's the chicken basket.
Y ya está dando resultados.
And now it's working.
El
It's
obispo de Agua,
in the Bishop Ndegwa.
ha ido sacando adelante su diócesis.
He's also working for his diocese with his basket.
Y si unos pollos
And if they can do something just with chickens and eggs,
están dando resultados, ¿cómo no va a dar resultados
how can we could help? We will be able to help
el café de Colombia?
the Colombian coffee
Porque es exquisito.
because it's exquisite.
Hay otros proyectos,
We have different projects.
una cerveza
We have a beer factory, a brewery,
que se llama El Monje de la Catedral,
and it's called the monk of the cathedral.
de la Orden Benedictina.
It's the Benedictine Order project.
No la puede traer porque no la dejan pasar en el aeropuerto.
But bring some beers, it's a little bit more difficult than bring just coffee.
Pero cuando ustedes vayan a Colombia,
But if you are able to come and visit us,
allí la van a disfrutar.
you can try it.
Fría
Cold
y en distintos sabores.
and different tastes.
Los monjes benedictinos
The Benedictine monks,
también cultivan las abejas
they also have bees,
para la miel.
so they made honey.
Ellos tienen un hogar de ancianos,
They have an elderly, a senior's home.
60 abuelos.
60 grandparents or elderly right now.
Y hay otra cosa que estamos haciendo con los benedictinos.
And another project with the Benedictine order,
Impulsar Rosario Oxilina.
we are launching. It's a medicine,
Para el
soul medicine, and it's called Rosario Oxilina.
Es el rosario para pedirle a la Virgen María, a Nuestra Señora,
It's to pray to Our Lady
que nos ayude.
to help,
Porque un hijo sin mamá
because when you have a son without a mom,
sufre mucho más.
suffer too much more.
Y el rosario
And the rosary,
es una devoción muy antigua.
it's something that it helps for many, many years.
Hagámosla usual en nuestras casas, en nuestras familias, en nuestra comunidad.
And we could make it like regular. It could be a tradition in our homes, in our families.
No es una tradición de Roman Catholic,
It is not just a Roman Catholic tradition.
es una tradición de fe.
It's a faith.
Rosario,
It's about faith.
Rosario Oxilina
Rosario Oxilina,
es la medicina para la familia.
it's the medicine to
No
the family.
tiene contradicciones.
It doesn't have secondary effects, adverse effects.
Puede estar al alcance de los niños
And you could leave it just next to the children. It's not a problem.
y de todos los que tengan dificultades.
And to everyone that it has in troubles or that need relief.
Hay otro proyecto que se llama la Misión San Lucas, la Misión Médica San Lucas.
We have a medical mission too in our diocese. It's St. Luke Medical Mission.
Es medicina natural,
Natural medicine, homeopathic, guess that's the word.
recreación terapéutica,
And also therapeutic recreation.
El encargado es el padre Álvaro Augusto Zuluaga en Manizales.
In charge of one of our priests, he is a doctor, Father Álvaro Zuluaga.
Allí terminarán todos los sufrimientos.
In this mission, you will finish with all your pains.
No más dolores de rodilla,
No more knees pains,
no más cansancio en los pies,
no more pain on your foot and your feet,
columna vertebral,
your columns,
arrugas
even
y
your
demás.
wrinkles.
Porque este servicio médico,
This medical service,
el arzobispo lo conoció,
the Archbishop knows about that.
vean que no tiene arrugas.
He is not wrinkled.
Y es de mucha ayuda,
And it helps a lot.
porque con este servicio
Because with this service,
se ayudan a familias muy necesitadas.
we help the poor families in our communities. The doctor visits them at least monthly so they could have access to medical services.
Por lo tanto, aquí me quedaría un buen rato, pero hay que cumplir el tiempo.
So I have many things to say, but we will be respectful of the time.
Estamos sirviendo a los necesitados, les estamos ofreciendo en la misión San Antonio de Padua, Fundación Santa María de Veracruz,
We are serving to the brothers in need through many of our foundations and missions, like Foundation Santa María de Veracruz and San Antonio de Padua. Those are senior homes.
se entregan todos los días 250 almuerzos.
And also every day in our soup kitchen, we serve
Habitantes de la calle
250 lunches per day to homeless people
y pobres vergonzantes.
and all the poor people that we can get there.
Es un trabajo constante
It's a hard work,
y gente de buen corazón nos ayudan
And many of our people in our communities help and support this project.
para que al menos tengan en el día
To
una
give
comida
them, to provide to them at least
caliente.
one meal a day.
En Bogotá se atienden niños
In Bogota, we have a daycare center for children.
en Neiva y en otras ciudades,
In Neiva and in different cities,
en Caracas, Venezuela,
also in Caracas, in Venezuela,
con la ayuda de la provincia original,
with help of the original province and diocese of the South.
se apoya al padre Adrián
They support and they help us to support Father Adrián
para que entregue comida, medicinas y vestido a tantos que necesitan
to
allí.
provide food, medicines, and dress for many people there in Venezuela.
Tenemos que cambiar
We have to change
nuestra mentalidad.
our minds.
Tenemos que agrandar nuestros corazones.
We have to have more space in our hearts,
Que nuestro corazón como cristianos,
that our heart as Christians,
como católicos anglicanos
as Anglican Catholics,
y otras
and
denominaciones,
different denominations,
tengamos un corazón grande,
we could have big hearts,
que no solamente nos permita mover nuestro cuerpo,
not only to move our bodies,
que movamos a tantos que necesitan.
because we need big hearts to move the others,
Porque es mucha gente la que tiene hambre.
because it's a lot of people who is suffering.
Son muchos los que sufren.
Lots of people
Perdónenme.
are starving. Excuse me if,
Pero a veces tiramos
but many times
comida,
we throw the food,
vestidos,
we throw the clothes,
y no nos interesa nada.
and sometimes we don't think about that.
Nosotros como diócesis de la Nueva Granada,
We as a diocese,
como Iglesia Católica Anglicana,
as an Anglican
provincia original,
church, original province,
no podemos seguir
we can't just move forward
predicando el Evangelio de palabra.
just saying the words of the gospel.
El Evangelio es para vivirlo.
We have to start living the gospel.
Tenemos que ser
We have to be
evangelios vivientes.
the gospel into our communities.
Y cuando entendamos la necesidad del otro,
And when we understand the necessity of our brothers,
seremos entonces felices.
we will find happiness,
Porque de lo contrario,
because in other ways,
simplemente
we just
continuaremos
living
hasta que se nos llegue el día de ir a gozar de Dios.
until our last day before just meet with God.
No desperdiciemos nuestra vida como sacerdotes,
Don't throw away our lives as priests,
como obispos.
as bishops.
No somos más que nadie.
We are not more than
Somos servidores.
anyone. We are
Servidores.
We serve.
El que quiera ser el primero,
Who wants to be the first?
que sea el último.
It has to be the last.
Y el que le sirva a todos.
And it will be the one who serve to the rest of us.
Necesitamos impulsar el canasto del café
We need to grow as a project
para poder atender tantas necesidades.
to help and to fill all of those necessities, not only in our diocese.
Queremos ser una gotica de agua en el océano.
We want to be just a drop of water in a big ocean.
Si el océano pierde muchas goticas,
Because if the ocean lost lots of drops,
se seca.
it will dry.
Pero si nosotros somos una gotica más,
But if we
Él se mantendrá lleno.
But if we drop or if we pour our own drops into the ocean, it will be full.
Espero que no sea mucha el agua para que los países que tienen costas no se inunden.
We just pray for this water could arrive to the rest of the countries.
Por el contrario, sepamos respetar la naturaleza.
And we will be in order, in communion with the nature and how we can just work together.
Con esto termino.
This will be the last thing about
El filósofo Rousseau
the philosopher Rousseau
dijo alguna vez,
said,
algún día
someday
la naturaleza
the nature
nos cobrará
will send us the bill,
el daño que le hicimos.
all the damage that we are doing to it.
Otro pedagogo, Pestalozzi,
Another pedagogian professor said,
es verdad,
that is true.
la naturaleza
The nature,
comienza a cobrar el
will
daño
take-
que le hacemos.
it's the the nature will take the damage and it will be its revenge.
Santa Filomena,
Saint Philomena's coffee basket.
Colombian coffee, Santa Filomena fue una noble romana
She was a noble. She was a Roman noble.
que fue mártir
She was murdered
en el siglo II.
in the 2nd century.
Le tiraron flechas
And she was killed. She was murdered by arrows.
y fue sacrificada porque le ayudaba a los pobres.
And she was sacrificed just because she helped to the poor people.
Por eso nuestro café le rinde homenaje y
That's
reconocimiento a
That's
Santa Filomena.
the name of our coffee project.
La sorpresa.
The surprise is now for you.
Hoy todos llevarán a su maleta
Today, each of you
un
We will
delicioso café colombiano.
a coffee bag from us to all of your homes.
Ahí les tiramos el gancho.
That's the first thing. You will try our coffee.
Esa libra de café,
That coffee pound, that coffee bag,
de ahora en adelante,
now on,
estará en todas sus casas.
will be in your homes.
Porque tenemos
Because now you can find it online.
para que nos pidan el suficiente y se lo haremos llegar a su casa.
You just order and we deliver. The more you buy, the more you save.
Gracias a todos.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Como no estamos tantos,
This year we are not too many people.
transmitan el mensaje.
Please help us to send this message, to share this information.
Una buena noticia les traigo hoy.
You could say that you have great news today.
Podemos tener el mejor café del mundo
We could have the best coffee ever
en nuestras mesas.
in our tables for every morning.
Los obispos en sus diócesis, por favor,
Bishops in your diocese,
consuman un
please
buen café.
help us.
Los sacerdotes en sus parroquias
Priests
y
on
los
your
fieles,
and all the lady people,
apóyennos con este proyecto.
just support our project.
Cuando vayan a Colombia, que los he invitado mucho,
And when you accept my invitation to come to Colombia,
el padre abad de los benedictinos,
the abbot in our Benedictine order,
Father Elkin, les entregará una deliciosa cerveza
They will give you
para que
nice
compartamos
and
todos
wonderful beer to share
fraternalmente.
and brother.
Gracias, bendiciones para todos.
Thank you and lots of blessings for everyone. Yo necesito decir algo. Well, just in addition, we have some bags with roasted coffee, like beans, coffee beans. So if some of you maybe have coffee grinders and you prefer that kind of, we have some bags. So in that way, we will be able to give ground coffee for the rest that don't have the grinder. So just ask me and let me know per families or per house, and I will give you the coffee bag for each of you. Okay? Thank you so much.
Father Foggin and I the owner is a member of the ACC. This is a big operation selling to major American coffee producers. It is first-rate coffee, and this is a great project, so I recommend it to your attention. We have already heard from the Ecumenical Department, Ecumenical Relations Department. You can cross that off. As Metropolitan on the state of the Church, I think I have addressed that in the charge, and any further detail will come in the Secretary's report, so we may cross that off. Father Foggin, do you have a report on the College of Bishops? I think. You haven't learned to bilocate yet? Oh. All right. I believe it's a very simple and brief report.
Your Grace, my Lords, Bishop, Reverend Fathers, ladies and gentlemen, since the last Provincial Synod, meetings of the College of Bishops of the Anglican Catholic Church, Original Province, were held Friday, October 23rd, 2020, at St. Stephen's Parish, Allen, Texas, and on Tuesday, September 21st, 2021, at St. Stephen's Parish, Athens, Georgia. The 2020 meeting was held both in person and on Zoom. Reports were received from the various geographic areas where the ACC is present, and significant time was spent discussing prospects for the province of Africa and aid for the Church in the Philippines. The College approved proposals related to clergy transfers between the G4 Anglican partners and the Polish, and also clergy transfers with the Polish National Catholic Church. At the 2021 meeting, the College approved the provincial budget and canonical legislation. There was extensive discussion about the importance of mission, including plans for conferences in Texas next year and the G4 joint synods in 2023. The College also approved a measure to post back issues of the Trinitarian online and encouraged the various diocesan synods of the ACC to invite members of the Diocese of the Holy Cross who reside within their geographic borders to attend. Minutes were duly taken and will be distributed to the bishops, the provincial secretary, and pending approval to other interested parties. Newsworthy items will be brought to the attention of the Trinitarian and will be duly publicized. Respectfully submitted, Jonathan Foggin, Clerk of the College of Bishops, ACC.
Thank you, Father Foggin. We have you have in your packet a report from me on the patrimony of the Metropolitan. There is no need for me to read that. It's available. There's not much to it. I just explained the patrimony. Father Lewis, would you care to, you're in the agenda for an oral report on scouting. Is there anything you'd care to Report on? Yeah, we like that. Good to see you.
Father Lewis, Archdeacon, Diocese of the Midwest. Since the last time we met, we've have one adult St. Michael's Award awarded, one Cub Scout, and that Cub Scout goes on and became a Boy Scout, and so he also earned it as a Boy Scout, so he gets the what we call a palm. And it's what is in our flag in the upper corner, the crossed crozier, and something else is up there. So, so in total, we have 17 boys, 2 with palms, 4 Cub Scouts in total, and 9 adult awards. I would just like to encourage these last 3 awards were presented by a bishop. We would like to have the bio and the photographs put in the Trinitarian, and these last several awards have been missed. So I encourage that they get their due in the paper. Thank you.
The editor of the Trinitarian is here, so I think if you submit things, he's happy to run them. Is that correct? For the most part. Yes.
I just have a question, Father Lewis. Do we include heritage? Are we including now the Trail Life and American Heritage Girls and Girl Scouts at all, or is this just Boy Scouts only?
This is all set up for Boy Scouts, so there's girls now and Boy Scouts.
Right, but because of the trajectory that the Boy Scouts have taken, and the issues that have come up, and it's no, I don't know that it's alignment. I mean, I took my child out of it because of its non-Christian alignment. Are we now reaching out to the Christian outreach, Christian growth, which would be Trail Life and American Heritage Girls?
I can't hear all of that, but I think I got the idea. The awards are only for members of the Anglican Catholic Church.
Correct, but I'm just saying, I guess if you have an Anglican Catholic child who chooses to be in the Trail Life rather than Boy Scouts, are they eligible to do this? Because Trail Life is the Christian offshoot, much like the ACC coming out of the Episcopal Church. This
Are the awards we have developed for the BSA available for similar organizations such as Trail Life? Yeah, so I think that's something for discussion. I do know we have congregations, for instance, Father Cribb's Parish, St. Michael's in Fleming Island, also Father Trudeau in South Africa. There are there are parishes that are having Trail Life organizations they're sponsoring, and I think we would be delighted to develop the kind of awards and program in connection with them that we have. Father Lewis did it all himself. So very often when someone has a good idea, my response is, hey, why don't you do that?
Jessica Brackett from
Yes,
the
Ms.
Missionary Diocese of the Resurrection. Just for clarity, the Boy Scouts as an organization has a religious emblems program, which this falls under. I worked with my son's troop, which also had American Heritage Girls and a Trails Life in an adjacent town. They do not offer a religious emblems program at this time, which is why the transition is not quite as simple as it may first seem.
Okay, so it is something to pay attention to and track, because sometimes organizations are on, as you say, a trajectory, and it's not going to get better. So we have to think down the road. So thank you for alerting us to that, and I think Father Lewis would be happy to talk to you or others who are interested about that. And of course, South Africa might be a different situation too. So but thank you for raising that question. Bishop LaRoe, who is our endorser for military chaplains and head of the jurisdiction of the armed forces.
I'm just inviting my executive director up, just to assistant, actually. I keep calling him the director, but I just want that job. So he's here to assist me. I'd like to introduce to you Joseph Alexander, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Marine Corps, retired. And it's glad to have him. He works with me. He's a member of my parish. He's my senior warden. He calls me MLB, and I call him SW for submarine warfare. So please, Joe's been a wonderful help. I just want to introduce him to you, so he's helpful. A couple of things on the report. You should have it in your packet. It's pretty much standard report, which I've done for a few years. It gives you a little bit of expenses on the front page, and also some deposits and various things we're working on. There has been a few changes as of the 1st of October. Father Brian Waite is retired from the Navy, and he has moved to Texas. Lives out there in Winsboro, Texas now. So officially he will become part of the Diocese of New Orleans as soon as the 1st of October comes around. Also, there is a couple changes. I don't know if they got the new version. So Father McGrath has noted at the top of the page, was stationed at the 9th Coast Guard District up in Cleveland, Ohio, but he's now transferred to San Diego. He's out at the 3rd Marine Air Wing in Miramar, California, out there. The rest of the chaplains are hanging in there. They're doing a very good job. They are all getting promoted. No one who has gone up for a selection to be promoted they've been selected and promoted. So they're serving you very well and doing a great job. As noted in the bottom of the first page, you'll see these are the working projects we've been working on. The first one I wanted to show you is called the recruitment document and a guide that we put together a few years ago. I have a number of these, and they're out at the desk that we have out here in the foyer. Please grab a copy of this, particularly if you have a young high school graduate or first year, second year college student, that's interested and might put like a little something in their head, might create some curiosity about what this is all about. This is a good document because it really introduces them to who we are, what the requirements are, and what it is to become a chaplain. So if you know of people in your congregation, it doesn't even have to be in your congregation. If you have a grandchild or a child that would be interested in chaplaincy and the priesthood, this is a really good document. We worked really hard to put all good information in this and to provide for them. Please take one of those if you can. They're out there at the table. We have a number of them. I also had this little card. This is if we are self-supporting. We don't take any monies from the Provincial Synod. We have no budget from them. All our monies is given by donations. So if you have, there's cards out there. If you're able to support us in some way to keep the jurisdiction going, please give us a contribution. We're always open to take funds for that. And also, there's also on the card a place where you can, if you know of a service member that's in your parish that you would like us to pray for, I take those prayers and put their names on this card, and we spend our time many times bringing them up Mass and praying for these men and women that are serving our country. So grab one of these cards too that are out there. I included in the report because I thought there might be some curiosity about what the role of the chaplain corps is. Historically, the role has been to provide for their own people by providing divine services and counseling and also to facilitate for those under our Constitution, those who are not of our faith. So chaplains are involved in a broad spectrum of providing religious care and counseling and services to the services. But one of their roles is beginning to change, and that is to be part of a peacekeeping teamwork of operational forces. Historically, the Army had what was known as their civil affairs battalions, and they would go in when, you know, we hear a lot about nation building, and nation building has been one of the forefront things of these civil battalions in the Army, and they've gone into places like Djibouti, or they've gone into Northern Africa, and these battalions go in and they set up and they develop relationships with the community. Chaplains were never really involved in that, but now they are finding that people in these indigenous and cultural areas are in many ways very religious. Operational commanders don't really understand the religious world. We do. And so now they are embracing the whole concept and the idea that a chaplain can have value added to the strategic plans of which these commanders place on these civil battalions and community relation projects and whatever in both the Navy, the Army, Air Force, and Marine Corps. So I put a little article in there to give you a little taste of what that's like and how that's beginning to change. I don't know what the future is for it. Who knows? I think it's a good thing, because at least we need to have a place at the table, and chaplains always seem to have a place in the chapel, but not necessarily at the table. So, and this gets us at the table to have an intricate part of a basic military command. There's also a little bit of update I threw in here about the COVID thing. As you know, recently President signed an executive order mandating that anyone basically working for the federal government is required to take vaccines. The Department of Defense hedged on that for quite a while. They were not forcing it, but now they have done so. And so I just wanted to give you just a little bit of data about that. And you can see here that the Department of Defense, basically at the end of August, had 222,138 cases of COVID-19, and they had only 35 deaths. And probably because they're such a young population of people, and they're hardier and healthier and can sort of hand through it. One of the things that is again coming to the forefront is the chaplain's requirement that they can, there's been some talk about conscientious objectors, and there are a number of people that object on conscientious grounds. The chaplain's role in determining whether or not they can be exempt from taking vaccine falls into the area of a chaplain's interview with someone who wants to be exempt, that they determine the sincerity of the individual's conscience. So if they determine that is in fact both religious and truthful, then the chaplains at least write a letter of endorsement endorsing that the validity of the member's conscience is in fact true. So that's another thing that wasn't used for many years, but has now come up with particularly, it was used in the past when a service member all of a sudden joined a particular religious group that didn't believe in war. If they didn't believe in war, then you could get an exemption and get out. And the chaplain, they used to go to the chaplain to determine whether or not his conscience was absolutely true or changed because he joins this group. So, but that's sort of where we are with the chaplains. I've placed on there all their locations and addresses. If you're interested in inviting one of them over to your house for a meal, and his wife, if he has a wife, a number of them don't. I think 2 of our chaplains are not married. But if you would like to invite them over to your home for a dinner, I know they'd much appreciate it. So God bless you all, and thank you very much.
Motion would be in order to receive all of the reports just delivered. Dr. Lloyd, Father Edlin. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Bishop Webb, would you be free to come bring us greetings, say a few words? Father Athanellis, anything we need to know for the good of the assembled? I've told people the first van will leave about 4:30, mostly clergy on that one. Anything else we need to know that's occurred?
Priests or bishops that want to recess need to go to the undercroft and vest down there. Do not come to the sacristy. Just the principal minister of the sacristy side. But anyone that's going to vest, if they're not going to vest, there's still an area that's reserved for them if they want to just sit. Where are the buses going to leave from? They can tell you that. The buses
Not in front.
Actually, the hotel has changed what.
Oh, the hotel has changed.
So, in the front of the hotel, there's that half circle where you probably parked and unloaded your car, and the next light is South Lumpkin, so right around the corner. The bus has to wait up there on South Lumpkin. So you can go to the front entrance, but it won't be in that half circle. It'll be up on South Lumpkin. Okay? Which means it's on the street waiting for us to load up.
Good to see you, Father Roddy.
I'm Bishop Webb from the Anglican Church in America. Hello, Bishop Lowe. I bring you greetings. I was speaking with our bishop, our presiding bishop, Juan Garcia, yesterday, and he specifically said that he wanted me to bring greetings to each of you and to the assembled crowds. Our intercommunion is incredible. We have times when we are just all together. I was speaking with Bishop Lowe this morning at breakfast, and he said, I really object to this visitors on your name tag. He said, because you're one of us. And I agree. Yeah, I agree. I have made so many good friends amongst the people here, and including your Archbishop, who, strangely enough, is a good man. But we in the ACA have developed such an affection for our brothers and sisters in the ACC. We are absolutely thrilled with what you did earlier today in inviting the Diocese of the Holy Cross to come into the ACC. We think it's a tremendous step forward for all of us, and we're working very hard to create the situation where we can all be one, because the Lord has called us to all be one. And so we bring you greetings, and we bring you our love and our joy and our peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Webb. I told you earlier we got Bishop Webb's nickname wrong. We also, in that last episode, that last number of the Trinitarian, had a picture of the newly consecrated Bishop William Bauer, and it was a picture of Bishop Juan Garcia. But Father Bruce said, I asked them to send me a picture of the new bishop, and they sent me a picture of Bishop Garcia, so he didn't know. And since we've taken your name in vain, Father Bruce, you're on the agenda. Would you like to come say something about the Trinitarian? One thing I know he will say is, bishops, please, 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 when you perform an Episcopal act, and priests, when you marry, bury, baptize somebody, please send that information, date, place, name, to the Trinitarian, because it is our official gazette, it is our paper of record, and to some extent, if it's not in the Trinitarian, it didn't happen. So I've had cases where parishes kept bad records, or even dioceses kept bad records, but we could reconstruct what happened because things were also in the Trinitarian. So let's have multiple sites where we can gather necessary and important information. It'll be very helpful. He's not clairvoyant, smart but not clairvoyant. So if you don't send it to him, he's not going to get it.
I might not get it anyway. You never know. I had a parishioner one time who was very angry at me one Sunday, and it was clear he was. He's a former parishioner. And I said, well, what's wrong? And he said, well, I was in the hospital, and you never came to see me. And I said, well, I didn't know you were in the hospital. How was I supposed to come and see you? And I told the bishop that, and he said, well, yeah, that everyone expects the church clairvoyant, and I suppose they may expect the editor clairvoyant, and that's a big mistake. So let's... I just wanted to give just a couple words, not in my defense, but in just about the Trinitarian in general, because we have had a change in editorship, and after John Omwake established us as a journal with real credentials and the ability to convey important information, I basically have just taken that over and been asked repeatedly by John and others, what's your vision for the Trinitarian? And I always say my vision is to get the next issue out. That's really as far as I've gotten so far. It's a major undertaking for a thing that comes out 6 times a year, but that's still a lot of work. Just like in parish life and just like in the practice of law, the practice of law has actually prepared me for this, because I know you can't please people, and so I'm really inured to that sort of thing, and I'm ready to not please people, although I really do want to try to do it. Let me just back up a little bit and say, so we come out in 6 times a year in 2 versions, a print version and a digital version, and I know that we've had some questions about people like, why are we still doing this newspaper? Well, first off, as the bishop said, it's the official gazette of the original province of the College of Bishops, and so we should publish it in all available major media. And I know that you're all fans of Ghostbusters and that you heard Egon Spengler say print is dead, but it's not really true yet. Print is really not dead. Remember, they said the same thing about vinyl records about 20 years ago, and you can buy those in Walmart again now in great numbers. So print is not dead. It's still a format that many people use and value. In fact, among our Trinitarian subscribers, we send out about 100 digital copies every issue, and we send over 1,000 in print. So we can't quit publishing our print. We send a lot of our print to Commonwealth countries, to Australia, UK, and to Canada. So that just shows you that digital is not yet sufficiently genteel. So we can't stop doing our print issue yet. And we also have a lot of folks around the world who don't have reliable access to digital outlets. So we're going to continue printing for the time being, and hope that you'll continue to support that. Again, as the bishop said, as the archbishop said, he's my bishop, so I say the bishop, and I'm in a room full of bishops, sorry. As the archbishop said, we really need the submissions. It's especially important to have your clergy news, Episcopal acts. You know, if you're a bishop and you're doing Episcopal acts and you don't want to let me know, then get me in touch with somebody in your office or in your parish, your primary parish, who can give me that information. I'd be happy to communicate with whomever you want to delegate that responsibility to. Please just let me know when you do that. And for all clergy, when you marry and baptize and have funerals and things like that, please let me know, and about the special events in the life of your parish as well, because this information is, of course, really important to have an official record for what happens. But it also does something else. It also says that that this is a substantial church with wide membership. I mean, anybody can start a website and say, we have a church, right? But it actually takes something to publish a newspaper and to send it out and to have updated information about what's going on in the life of parishes. And I know my parishioners often feel extremely isolated from other Christians. We're a minority in North Georgia by far. religiously. They don't get to know a lot of other people who share their faith and practice, and seeing the Trinitarian actually shows them that they're connected to a much larger and vibrant body of fellow believers. And so it's really helpful to do that. I also want to make sure that I include information from all of the G4 folks. I know that I had one issue that was very heavily ACC stuff, because that's the kind of information I got. And one of my friends in the APA said, well, what is this saying about us in the APA? And I said, nobody's sending me any information from the APA is all that's really saying. So we heavily featured the APA, of course, in the last issue. I want to feature that stuff. And I do go out and scour the websites of all the jurisdictions and of many parishes to find information. The problem is sometimes there's not a lot of information on those websites outside of the APA, which has the best website in the world. They put everything on there. It's constantly up to date. It's great. If everybody had a website like that, it'd make my job a lot easier. But please let me know. Find me. I'm happy to give you my email address so that you can contact me. If you find things that are wrong, please let me know, because I do want to make them right. The one thing about rookies that they do best is they make rookie mistakes. And so I'm claiming my rookie status. I'm happy to own up to my mistakes, and I hope that with a little bit of time and practice, I'll be able to please at least some of you some of the time. Thank you.
I'm unaware of a report from the Department of Ministry or Stewardship, except the St. Paul Missionary Society. You really have already heard from when we discussed the financials. So am I safe striking off E and F? Bishop Scarlett, would you care to say a few things about rescheduling, what you'd hope to do in Texas, or anything else you want to talk about? Coffee, beer, cigars?
Yes, I think we should talk a little bit about evangelism while we get together. You know, beer and coffee and all that, although that all goes together as well. So at last Synod, I gave a couple of talks about, a framework for mission in parishes, and we invited people to kind of enter into conversation with us. And then we actually had scheduled, in sort of harmony with Father Dickerson down in Texas, a retreat, which then COVID, promptly canceled and kind of just said, well, you can't really do very much because it wasn't a season of time to gather in any kind of numbers. So the follow-up to last Synod kind of got put on hold. So here we are again. But some things are happening that are good. I think one thing I've learned about mission is all good things take time to develop. And I think there's a conversation percolating, even if it hasn't completely boiled yet, that's carrying on. There are some things happening in the G4. There's a man from my parish, a man named Joel, who's in conversation with Bishop Hewitt, and I think Father Mirabile, and Wade Miller of the APA, along with Father Spencer, just talking a little bit about how to present evangelism in our G4 context. And so that's moving along. We plan to have some kind of at least planning meeting. I think the idea is, the hope is that the next time we meet as a synod, it will be a G4 synod with everyone there, and that the topic of mission will be a prominent item on that agenda, not just like someone gets up in the middle of the thing and talks for 5 minutes, but that we'll have some sessions, some breakout sessions, maybe even somewhere a day before. We'll just have to figure out how that takes place. So I think that's something we want to do, make that more prominent. We really are looking, I think the approach I've sort of moved to over the years, it's easy to come up and say, well, here's what you all need to do. And what I've realized is if people don't want to do something, they don't do it. So we really are looking for conversation partners who want to talk about doing missionary things in a parish, which requires doing different things and reorienting ministry. So when there's I think in a church that wants to do that, it would hopefully can be composed of at least the rector or priest in charge and some lay people. And one of the problems we had in past evangelism congresses, some of you remember those, we did a number of years of those, we'd have a congress and, one or two people come from somewhere and they go home, they're all excited, but and they face a congregation of people who aren't really prepared to do anything different. So conversation partners really focused on this idea of a parish remnant, which is not a group that's like going to be different and difficult and separate from everyone, but a leavening influence in the congregation that can be the nucleus of prayer and fasting. I think that's the one thing I would say to all of us who are really interested in mission. The first thing to do is not to get involved in that big program, but establish it in the Diocese of Holy Trinity. We observe Wednesday, except maybe during Easter, as a day of, we still do a day of prayer, but not fasting. But when there's a day of prayer and fasting for us for mission. And we've been doing this actually at St. Matthew's and in our diocese for about 8 years, since Bishop Wilson came to us and said, if you want your churches to grow, you have to fast and pray. And so I was convicted by that because I know what fasting and praying means in South Sudan. It means they literally don't eat for 3 days. And they gather and sing and pray. So I figured we'd set aside a day and ask people to participate that in a meaningful way. And the way to get your parish involved in that is a rector, and don't get everyone to do it. What you need to do this is some corp, 1 or 2 others, who will simply meet. And I think the way to do this is you fast in some way during the day, and there's a litany we pray for mission, and just pray that at night. Very simple. But you institutionalize the activity of prayer for mission. So you're doing it every week. We've been doing it for 8 years now. And just as sort of a testimony to that, we have a mission we started during COVID called St. Thomas. It's actually going very well, but for a couple years, in that area where our mission now is, we simply had a deacon and 2 women who gathered at a rented room in a photography studio to pray the evening office and the litany for mission after our day of fasting. We did that for 2 years, and then that kind of, it kind of moved into, and we found a space to meet, and things began. We had a priest come to us. So I guess one thing that I'm learning about evangelism, that we're tend as a culture to think of it as marketing. Okay, I'm going to advertise, come to our thing, and it's not. It's horticulture. So the prayer is planting a seed of spirituality and then drawing people into it. And so it just takes time to do. And so this is what we want to kind of do is start this horticulture. So basically what we hope by next synod to have this central in the discussion at the synod, a place we're talking about what we do as a parish level, because it's really great for us all to be together in a larger group, but all of us at the parish level still have the same issues. Our parishes need to learn how to give birth to new members, learn how to get younger, to give birth to new children. And so we need to have that conversation. It's more important to us than the place it now holds in our corporate discussions. So anyone who's interested in participating in that discussion, which means you're at a parish where you really are interested in doing something different, let me know. Talk to me. Let's get your contact information, and we have a conversation that's kind of brewing on this. And then again, just exhort you all, if you're really serious, start this practice of prayer and fasting for mission in your parish, not to get something going in a hurry, just because that's the way to plant the seed. So that's what I have to say.
Father Philippe and Father Bien-Aimé, I said one of you asked to speak tomorrow and one today. Okay. Father Philippe, I'm going to read some of the report on Congo, and then we'll ask you to come forward and report on what you're doing. Bishop Stephen Ayule Malenge thanks our Lord God Almighty through his Son, our Savior Jesus Christ, for the strength and assistance that never ceases to help us. Through our partners, he's acted for the success of the activities of the Diocese of Congo, and feel great gratitude for blessings. We had several blockages which prevented progress and completion of activities. Parishes in the mountains were victims of war sponsored by national and foreign armed groups. These armed groups attack, loot, and rape women and men. The Goma volcano also put the population back into a critical state. On progress, or things realized, they've constructed a diocesan office building and a pro-cathedral. The first has 8 rooms to house the offices of diocesan departments. The second is the Bukavu Cathedral of the Holy Trinity, which includes a church, rector's office, sacristy, and latrines. They still need furnishings for these buildings. The Mosho Hospital Center, thanks to the Wilkins Foundation and its partners, has equipped the maternity and operating room with modern equipment. The hospital is now able to treat and examine several illnesses that previously required villagers to walk kilometers to reach a well-equipped referral hospital. The needs of the hospital remain great. Particularly, buildings are needed for post-operative care and for pediatrics and internal medicine for women. The diocese manages 56 primary and secondary schools recognized by the government. Among these schools, only the 14 primary schools have been supported. So I think that what this means is they're authorized to have up to 56 schools. In fact, they are providing for 14. The government provides benefits, including salaries, for these approved schools once we provide the facilities. Difficulties remain enormous. Many schools are without buildings and require the acquisition of plots and the construction of buildings. During 2021, we managed to open 2 missions, including St. Joseph in the city of Goma in North Kivu and St. Agatha in the territory of Walunga in the province of South Kivu. We would like these missions to be established into parishes depending on the number of members. Again, challenges remain enormous. Both need first to acquire a plot of land, the costs for which range from $1,000 to $7,000. They have a number of upcoming projects and needs, finishing the pro-cathedral, completion of training centers to help young people to learn trades such as shoemaking, construction of a 3rd building at the hospital, need for plots for schools and churches in various villages. Plots in the cities are more expensive, and also they are looking for scholarships to train future leaders in the church, theological education. Your prayers are solicited for the ministry in Congo and also for the protection of the people in eastern Congo who are victims of many challenges due to the illicit exploitation of minerals and war and aggression. Many thanks to our friends, parishes, and dioceses and the Wilkins Foundation who helped us in the year 2021. It is difficult to mention all that has been done for us, but our Lord assures you protection and longevity, and you are in our prayers. Bishop Stephen Ayule Malenge, Bishop Ordinary. Father Philippe Charles I ordained many years ago in Haiti. He subsequently moved to South Florida, and then where he served in a parish in our diocese, and then moved north, and he's gotten degrees in psychology and counseling. He's served as a translator at the UN, and now is, among other things, serving an ACA parish, St. Joseph's in Brooklyn, and is himself, therefore, an example of the kind of fruitful cooperation our churches have enjoyed.
Thank you, His Grace. Thank you, everybody. And, obviously, I'm a native of Haiti. And Bishop authorized me to live in Florida for a while for continuing education. And I came to New York years ago, so I earn now 3 masters and a couple PhDs in international psychology from Chicago and a PhD in clinical psychology. So as Archbishop previously said, I'm a part-time translator at the United Nations, and I teach in a local Catholic college nearby. And thanks be to God, they advertised me so well, so I'm doing some serious private tutoring in statistics and abnormal psych and French. So if your children are struggling with statistics and learning new language, so I'll be there for you. I'll give you the contact, because the school, the university, put flyers all over the school so the parents can know that there's someone that can help them if they are struggling with statistics and French language. And I do tutoring for philosophy too. I serve at St. Joseph, which is a sister jurisdiction of the Northeast Anglican Church. This parish, when I arrived in this parish in November 2020, it was kind of a time of hibernation, just 1 month before winter. It was pretty hard to keep up because the pandemic was still, raging, and we had to cut services for a few months and come back on the Holy Week and having a pretty nice service on Easter. It was a tough time. So no matter what happened, I keep a good attitude because we are priests. What counts for us is to serve. So I've been serving. Now I'm up a little report. I've already said about 36 masses at St. Joseph, and I did 8 visits, and I answered about 27 phone calls, doing counseling, private counseling with parishioners. And from there, the situation wasn't always easy, but I've always kept a good attitude. And besides giving you this report, I want you to know how it is important to keep a good attitude even in difficult time, as now this is the priest, not only the priest, the clinical psychologist advising you as a priest and controlling your mood, because St. Joseph, it wasn't easy. I got a picture of the building with me. The building still belongs to the Episcopal Church, even they're separate from the Episcopal Church, late 70s, but they have to pay the mortgage. They're still on. They have issues. But as a priest, I'm still there serving, keeping a good attitude, and, merging and keeping some solidarity with the parishioners in the midst of the difficulties. And we are praying that they'll keep up, they'll not lose the church because of mortgage, because for the past few months there was no churchgoers because of the pandemic, but I remain there with them. So it is good as a priest being the same today and the day after, and learning how to control your emotion when things are difficult. So there's nothing worse than living with a moody, a moody priest, a moody person. The best word is stability. So being moody in difficult situation is not fair to people you are living with. If you don't correct that, it will cost you your relationship with people and all good things crossing your path. Life is too short to live it on certain attitude. So you need to start today by saying, this is a good day. Today is a good day. I'm going to enjoy it with my colleagues. So don't be in good mood today, and the day after, you are moody. You need to discipline yourself, put a smile on your face. That's the way you attract other people. No matter what happens in life, I'm going to keep a good attitude. I know it is hard to keep up with certain situations. For instance, the rising price of the gas today, but you need to keep a good attitude because sooner or later, God will promote you on your job because He's a great God. So God is looking consistent people, but not happily for 2 months and unhappy for the next month. You have a God-given right to change everything you want in your life, even your personality. So I've seen people living for vacation happily and depressed for the next week. But if you are alive, if you are breathing, this is the greater opportunity. Be happy. Just think of the people in the Middle East. Just think of the people in Haiti today. Just think of the people in Afghanistan, etc. You need to put a smile on your face. Put a smile on your face and stop making excuses. You can choose how you are going to live your life and show God how you trust Him by your face. Don't think that if I had money, if I have money, I would have a better mood. This is not true. This is not true. That's okay. Don't expect everything to go straight. So I'm not going to be stressed out because somebody criticizes me. No. Stay calm. Let's go deeper than that. And above all, don't be a moody priest, a moody person, but consistently be happy, be grateful, consistently be in good mood, and God, your master, will reward you. Thank you.
My first visit to Haiti, when I got off the plane, I was met on the tarmac by Father Bien-Aimé and an official from the foreign ministry who was one of our clergy, and I was taken to the VIP lounge, and they brought me a coffee, and I thought, oh, this is going to be a good visit. And we drove out to Tapio, and I thought, I wonder where the motel is. And Father Bien-Aimé had really just been working for a while. The good thing about my trips to Haiti is every time I go, Father Bien-Aimé has made progress. And in this place where there was no school, no education, no medical care, no church, every time something has been added. And among other things, that means for the visitor, it's a little more comfortable. but that first visit, it wasn't real comfortable. And after the trip, Father Bien-Aimé wrote, and he said, "Bishop, I know it was hell for you." But Father Charles was there, and every time I looked at Father Charles, he was smiling. And so what he says about mood is, there's much truth to that. We can choose to be stressed, we can choose to be unhappy, and we can choose to be grateful. And it does change things. So anyway, you live what you say, so that's good, Father. We come to the report of the Provincial Secretary.
So the report for the Provincial Secretary is in your packets. I don't think anybody wants me to read it line for line, do you? Thank you. I will say the same thing that I say every year. Please get your reports to me. I can't report numbers that I don't have. I don't want anybody to be looking at this and say she's an idiot, she doesn't know what she's talking about. These are the numbers that I have. So if it's wrong, I apologize, and I'm happy to update this report with correct numbers if you get them to me. It is hard sometimes to get numbers from our overseas diocese, but it shouldn't be hard to get them from our domestic ones. So the total, some of these numbers are repeats from the 2020 report because I did not get new information. But New Orleans, Holy Trinity, Mid-Atlantic States, Midwest, South, and Resurrection did provide me with numbers this year, so I appreciate it. So does anyone have any questions on these numbers or this report that I can answer? Okay. Thank you.
I think I can help. I think, and I'm sorry, Debbie, I didn't catch this earlier. I think I can deal with one of your blank lines. I think that originally Bishop Stephen proposed the establishment of the second diocese in Congo to be called the Diocese of Itombwe Tanganyika, but I think in fact that's what we're now calling the Diocese of Congo West. So I think you can just cross out the blank plus the West and then treat that next line as the actual numbers for that diocese. So that may be helpful. Okay. Father Foggin, any report as registrar? Okay, nothing has happened. That is, there have been no Episcopal consecration since our last Provincial Synod. We have several due, second bishop for Congo and two, I believe, for South Africa. But the registrar's main business is overseeing those, and so nothing to report really. Dr. Canon Hollister, report of the Chancellor. Anything further to report?
More of a plea, Your Grace. Those of you who've been in business know that life is divided into the parts of an organization that produce goods or services for sale and everything else is overhead, a drag on the bottom line because it's simply expenses. Well, to a large extent in the church, the legal function is overhead. We're simply a part of the administration, and from that standpoint, the less you hear about us, probably the better for everyone concerned. The role in good times, and it's been a very long time since we've had bad times, of the Chancellor's office and the people who assist me is simply we're advisors when called upon, and if necessary, we try to be problem solvers. So the things that have gone on since the last synod have been very minor in nature. We have had 1 or 2 requests from the officials in the Diocese of the Holy Trinity, the Diocese of the Holy Cross, as they have been getting ready for the action you took earlier, and we hope that they will take tomorrow, for copies and some information about our diocesan canons. And as over the years, I've made numerous requests unsuccessfully for copies of what our dioceses are using as their canons, and anyone here who can help with that, please send me what you've got. We did send them what we had. They wanted to see what, in the eyes of the ACC, typical diocesan canons look like, what subjects they cover, and so on. It was purely an information function. But it did bring up to the fore the fact that when these things are needed, it's helpful to have them in the file because people seem to wait to ask for them until they want them right now. Other than that, we have had periodically a few housekeeping requests for advice on internal matters within dioceses, and that's routine and no major problems with that. An issue that has been concerning me for some years is the fact that, unpleasant as legal matters are when they arise, remember the second oldest Chinese curse, may your life be full of lawyers, it is something essential to the organization's life and continuance. And every so often, maybe once or twice a year, the thought floats through my mind that this church has been in existence as a separate organization for 43 years, and for 30 of those, I have served as chancellor. I know many of you are probably tired of seeing me get up here every couple of years and blather on. But we do need some kind of continuity. And fortunately, the Archbishop has, with foresight, taken steps to get other people into the loop so that there will be people. Will be 75 next month. Had a few blips of health over the last few years. Dr. Wiswall, although he was always available by phone, his mobility has decreased to the point where he can't come to meetings and so on. And so the Archbishop has wisely suggested that as we discuss things by email and mail and so on, that we include some other people in those circulations so that they can get familiar with the kind of things that we do and handle and the way we handle them. And the principal person who's therefore in the line and being groomed is Father Bruce, who is not only a lawyer, but a former judge, and also our new Trinitarian editor, obviously a man of many talents. And there's someone else whom I have yet to meet who is in training, actually, I wonder for after all these years, somebody actually getting formal training in canon law. That's a very good step. I hope I'll meet her at some point. So, thought has been given to that aspect of the future of the church, and it was very prudent of him to do that, and I'm glad it's being done. But right now we have very little to disturb you with. So you can be grateful for that.
My life is full of lawyers. I actually like them quite a bit. I go once a year to a social gathering on Lake Hartwell, which has become known as 7 Lawyers and a Priest, which just begs to be turned into something else. I proposed Snow White and the 7 Dwarves, or the 7 deadly sins, and then we'd have to assign one to each of them, and me. Then at one point we actually had three priests, 7 lawyers, one of whom was a priest and a judge. So numbers fluctuate, but they're all fun. I have a report from Canada, from Father Mansfield, who's the Vicar General. He regrets that neither he nor anyone from the Missionary District of Canada can be with us. The complexity of the COVID situation and restrictive decisions of both Canadian and U.S. governments regarding international travel have left us with little choice, but they assure us of their prayers for this synod. Before the last Provincial Synod in January 20, they were a small group of Christians scattered thinly across Canada. Today they are a bit smaller and only slightly less scattered. Shortly after the last synod, Canada, like many countries, found itself responding to COVID-19. The least that can be said is that the last year and a half has been a challenge. Places of worship were closed across the country, restrictions imposed upon assemblings as groups, masking, distancing, hand sanitizing were mandated when we were allowed to be out in public. Only one of our congregations has its own building. The rest of the congregations hold services in homes or in rented and borrowed facilities, church buildings, retirement homes, community centers. For quite a while, we were restricted in our homes as to who and how many people were allowed in. The other congregations have been dependent on how fiercely the owners protected their properties. It's been rather unnerving to hear of Canadians being denounced to the authorities by neighbors, unnerving that people felt it necessary. It brings back memories of reading about or talking to people from the old Soviet bloc about their experiences, and more recently the reading of Rod Dreher's book, Live Not by Lies. In our attempt to hold things together in the Canadian Missionary District, we have tried holding services and meetings by Zoom and other video conferencing tools, maintaining relationships by digital media, telephone, and so on. One congregation has been uploading its Sunday services and those of some feasts to YouTube. There's been some favorable response to this, both with respect to the COVID situation and the benefit to those who are unable to attend services in person. Gradually, things are starting to relax somewhat, though numbers are still restricted. The Africa Appeal is a Canadian response to the international need in the ACC in Africa. The Africa Appeal works alongside the St. Paul Missionary Society and the Overseas Missionary Committee of the Diocese of the Holy Trinity and others. It is operated for us by Father David Marriott and his parish of St. Bride. An interesting development this past year, which I like to think is mutually beneficial, is that the Africa Appeal Committee has been joining the Overseas Missionary Committee of Holy Trinity for some meetings. The sharing of insights has been helpful. In mid-2020, sadly, for reasons quite unrelated to COVID, one of our priests and his congregation in Atlantic Canada abandoned us. Previously, one of our Western congregations closed due to lack of members. On a happier note, last year we opened a new mission in Ontario. Over the last couple years, several of our small contingent of clergy have been or are continuing to be affected by health issues. Your prayers would be appreciated. We are small, and now we are a bit smaller. Several of our longtime members have died. Please pray for them and their congregations. The favorable response to the use of the digital media encouraged us to try holding educational conferences on Zoom this year. Participation in these can be via the internet or, if necessary, by telephone. As I wrote this, we have had 2 conferences, one with Bishop Terry Lowe on mission, outreach, and evangelism, the other with Archbishop Haverland discussing the statement, "Our world, my friends, is not, as many imagine, post-Christian. Our world is pre-Christian." For both, appreciation has been expressed. By the time you hear this report, we shall, God willing, have had our 3rd conference with Father Bruce, Jonah Bruce, on the topic, "Wait upon the Lord," a conference on prayer. This conference project we shall no doubt continue. Anyone interested in these conferences may contact us at, all lowercase, conference@traditionalanglican.ca, and you'll be put on the mailing list. Information on conferences is set out in advance with login information. And the Canadian District's monthly newsletter, Traditional Anglican News, continues to be published each month. Its distribution is digital, and it's pretty good, and it's free. And we've already talked about the elevator speech contest, so that's our Canadian report. I'm going to ask Canon Kester next to make the historiographer and archivist report. And I think we're going to be able to end a little bit early this afternoon, which will give you a little more time to prepare for travel to the Mass. I like your tabs, Father.
I didn't want to disappoint. I knew you would like them.
You don't disappoint, Father. Never.
I try not. Lee Kester, a provincial historiographer, as you've just heard. I just want to refer you to the report that you have in your packets, and I move its adoption.
Dr. Kester knows how to keep the crowd happy. Father, would you view as a friendly amendment a reception of all the reports not yet received that have just been made? All right, you're making us even happier. All right. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Right. I'm going to get us out of here at 4 o'clock. Do we have someone who feels compelled to speak for about 5 minutes? Maybe report. Father Jeremiel, come higher, friend.
Good afternoon. I bring greetings from Father Fred Bentley, whom many of you have met, and I have never met, unfortunately. But we do talk on the phone, and we have a table for the Anglican Priests for Life / Order of the Holy Innocents. And you can come and see what we've got in terms of a rule of life, if you're not familiar with, and also an application to join. One of the things we're waiting on is to get done with this synod to hopefully have a Zoom meeting. We haven't had meetings in quite a while. I joined in 2014. I found out about the organization from Bishop Kleppinger, whom I was working with, and I thought I'd like to join, and I liked the rule, and so I joined in 2014, and we've done a few things. We haven't done much, and we'd like to do a little bit more, and so we do invite you to come on board if you feel called to have a priestly rule complementary with some of the other rules you might have, and they're very basic rules that might be like some other organization or some other society you're a part of, so they're not inconsistent, certainly, but also with a bent towards life issues, I would say bioethical issues, so beginning and end of life issues, prayer to that extent. We do have an online journal that we've put out. Again, lots of online stuff. And I put out a call for papers a few months ago. We did have some positive response to that. A few more people liking our Facebook page. We are on Facebook. Working on our website a little bit. So again, some things coming around the corner. Now, I stand up here and I say all these things, and then I'm going to say this, which is, and I've told Father Bentley this, I don't feel called to be his successor as the director. So even though I've taken on a table and I'm saying all these things, the body of Christ may say something differently, but right now I'm saying I'm hoping somebody else will have even more of a vision than I just said, okay? Because I think it calls for more than that. And Bishop Leroux has been kind enough to give me lots of other things to do. So I like to be a part of it, but I don't necessarily like to head this particular thing up. So again, we've got one other priest in mind that I need to get a hold of, but otherwise, I think it's not interviewed, but it's not an interviewed position, but the position is sort of, kind of open, as Father Bentley unfortunately continues to struggle with Parkinson. So, okay, thank you, sir. It is, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Good. Thank you very much, Father. And I understand completely being willing to help and not wanting to head up things. I loved it before 2005. I always refused to be on the administrative council, so that was the one meeting I just didn't have to go to. I could not go to. And then I was sentenced to this job, and can't avoid anything, it seems. Bishop Lowe, would you care to maybe talk a bit about the Philippines? Share, since no one else is able to do that here. Come on up here if you can do that.
Greetings. I'm an American, but I was in the Philippines so long, I am Filipino to a point. But the Philippines is a very exuberant country. There are people of extreme. They love extremely. And on the other hand, don't make an enemy. But the church, when it gets established in the Philippines, it grows leaps and bounds. With COVID, there's been some problems. The government has really come down, really high-handed. In fact, I can't go back because right now I'm 73, and they will, it's not house arrest necessarily, it sounds like it, but the police will escort you back to your home if they catch you on the street. And so the average age in the Philippines is 26 years old. 26. Our churches are full of young people. It's you don't see old people. And like I just said, they arrest them when they get on the street. Anyway, but during their incarceration, I guess you could say, some of the priests were in a pickup going down the street, driving down the street with holy water. And people were coming out of their houses left and right to be blessed. And how wonderful. That's something that they could do hands-on when they couldn't do anything else. We pray for the Philippines. They need a bishop. And I spent so many years there, but I'm not it. Now I'm here. I'm in New Orleans. And by the way, thank you for your prayers for New Orleans. They were hit twice, the hurricane, They seem to have come through it okay. But there's always next year. We're not through with hurricane season. Anyway, continue to pray for the Philippines. It's a wonderful opportunity. This is great. The Philippine diocese has had its ups and downs. We just lost Bishop Canelio. A lot of you know Bishop Canelio. He was part of the College of Bishops here. He was my brother in Christ. He came down with COVID and went to the hospital and died 12 hours later. So anyway, we need a bishop in the Philippines desperately. Pray to that end. So anyway, God bless you.
All right, it's a few minutes before 4. We're at a logical break because we will, when we come back into session tomorrow, divide into the separate houses of the Synod. Is that correct? We resume meetings at 9:30 tomorrow. And
We have it starting at 9 tomorrow.
9.
So we can have extra time to break.
Okay, so we'll start at 9, and morning prayer and mass tomorrow are here,
Yes, in Mailer Hall, which is right.
right across, and that's at 7:30, beginning at 7:30. And the Diocese of the Holy Cross is leading our worship tomorrow, morning prayer. Bishop Hewitt will be celebrant, and I believe they're also making plans for evening prayer. So I declare the Synod in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow.